Hey, it's me, Site7, and welcome to part 94 of the Limbus Company, and today it's sweeping time. The Nocturnal sweeping intervallo BokGak is here, and with it brings Ricardo Heathcliff. Oh my goodness, I have never seen so many Heathcliff fans just go feral, man. It has been insane to see the community response to it. You know, it's a long time ID that everybody speculated and looked forward to, like, clear back since Kanto 9, because it is just so freaking funny. The man who stole Ricardo's coupons becomes the man whose coupons were stolen. It's just great, man. But yeah, the Heathcliff virus, it is fully kicked off. And there's no cure. There is no stopping these feral people. Oh, it's awesome. You got Ricardo in 10 polls? Good shit. I'll do 10 polls, but I don't know. Okay, so I have a theory. Okay, because some crazy shit happened in Arknights and Arknights Enfield. Okay. I mean, we gotta leave the music on if I'm gonna do 110 pool. We'll do 110 pool, okay? Alright, not looking promising. Oh! Alright, there's no way. No freaking way! Dude! We got him. He came home in a 10 pool. Did 3 of us really just get Ricardo Heathcliff in our first, like, 10 poll? Alright, this is the place to be. Alright, chat. This is where you gotta be. We freaking got him. That is amazing. I cannot believe that. I actually cannot. I'm like stunned. My boy, my boy. Oh, and he looks so freaking cool. Look at Sinclair back there. Oh, there's Dawn. I'm guessing that's Mersault. Which means, who is his feet pillow? Is it Cure Ishmael? I'll go ahead and put him on my company after we go through his Uptai story. New Ego is healing? Yeah. The New Ego actually seems pretty decent. Blessed update, truly. I cannot believe it. The middle's big brother, Heathcliff. Thought you could get away that easy, eh? I bring the suffering that was promised to you when you cast me into the world of the bristly. Oh yeah, you can see the, like, pinkish, reddish, I don't even know what color you'd call that, but in his hair. Bringing punishment to the thief who stole the child's hair salon coupons was a long and arduous journey. Oh, I don't like that. That doesn't seem to bode well for us. All the child wanted was simply revenge. Would have been more efficient to rely on the element of surprise to capture and mete out the deserved consequences. But that simply would not do. Uncool solutions were not an option for the child. Heart-pumping electronic dance music, fully slicked back hair, and flashy sunglasses still worn even in the dark of the night. Oh dude, he's so freaking cool. These were the hallmarks of a badass and cool entrance befitting a big brother of the middle, thought the child. Boy, half pint. You the one who nicked my coupons? Dude, tell me it's Ricardo. Hair coupon thief. Could you imagine it says Sinner Ricardo here? What the hell? I heard you might still be in pursuit, but you came all the way here for that? You damn stalker? Isn't that what Heathcliff actually called Ricardo? Stalker? Mate, you seem to be under some grave misconception. Because going after a thief ain't the same thing as stalking someone. It's terminal audacity to think that, isn't it? Well, what else am I supposed to call an obsessed freak who chased me all the way across the city from U-Corp, Great Lake? It gets to a point, man. Failure to recognize your own crimes, blatant lack of apology or any sign of remorse for stealing the victim's deserved lusciousness, insistent on contentious behavior. Looks like you're getting another line in the book. Eh? Oi, who outed this already? Result. This individual's violation was logged for later punishment in accordance with Title 6, Section 2, Row A. Yeah? Yes, because the individual's behavior met the specific conditions required to invoke the aforementioned article. But this bloke's... never mind. You did good, lad. Alright, let's get this back on track. The point is, you just bought yourself another line in the book. All this over a lousy coupon to a hair salon, you crazy bastard? No, that's gonna be another one. I told you I'll pay you back for it, didn't I? Time and time again, I asked if we could make a deal, and you refused to listen every damn time. A lousy hair coupon? Really? After narking me, insulting me by assuming this grudge could be swept under the rug with bribery. A lousy hair coupon? Searching for sections relevant to narking. No, forget it. I think I can forgive that minor slight as long as he returns a little something. That hair coupon you nicked from me. Hand it over. Alright, tell me he used it. ... Your noggin ready, because this ain't just about the coupon anymore. It's about the shame of having to show myself under the sun day after day with a hairdo that has slid so far into the world of the bristly. It's about the desperation of wanting to hide under a cap, yet having to parade around my humiliation, because wearing a cap would have sapped even more vitality from my hair. That's so funny. Dude, is wearing a hat actually or a loss? Is that what he's saying right now? All of that has coalesced into this simmering wrath as I journey to the east, and I haven't even begun my pilgrimage of loyalty to earn the right to become a great brother. Oh, that's interesting lore. And the only thing that'll put this righteous anger to sleep is to become luscious. And that's right, you daft bastard. That hair coupon you stole from me is now lusciousness incarnate. What I'm saying is that I'm generous enough to turn a blind eye to your minor insults, as long as you return an object of such significance back to my hands, to quit stalling and cop it up. Depends on the type of hat. Ooh, that's a good point. I think cowboy hats are pretty badass. Huh? And what if I said I can't, even if I wanted to? What then? Don Quixote. Art thou refusing to return what belongeth to the rightful owner? No, as much as it narks me to admit it, that wasn't a refusal. Your hair, it's become... luscious. Oh, he did use the coupon. Oh, you know, he's getting annihilated. The little sibling's eyes instantly darted for the coupon thief's hair at the child's comment. The hair looked as though it would flow and wrap gently around the hand when one combs through it with their fingers. Oh, it's so luscious. Frankly, the subtleties of hairstyling weren't immediately apparent, but borrowing the child's vocabulary, the thief's hair must have become luscious. And the fact that such an elevated state was attained not by the child, but the thief, meant that... Sinclair, you little shit. Just stealing Big Bro's hair coupons wasn't enough, huh? You just had to use it too, huh? Of course I did. Why do you think I stole it in the first place? That's so funny. Oh, I just realized he's using another person as an armrest. This is somebody's head. I mean, just think about it in my shoes. There's really no point in getting a single line forgiven when I'm already neck deep in your Book of Vengeance. Get what I'm saying? And hey, thought I might as well go enjoy a nice visit to the private hair salon when I got the chance, since you're gonna come after me for the rest of my life anyway. Salon du Melu, was it? Sure lived up to its name, ha! Gee, this guy's a shithead. He must be mad. Was it wisdom or foolishness? The thief's name was indeed attached to a countless number of vengeances in the book, which included stealing from the child's safe, fleeing from the Middle's vengeance, and everything that happened between then and now. Like you said, getting a single vengeance forgiven wouldn't make a nick of difference anyway, because whichever excuse he had to give, it would end in his execution. Sure is awfully mouthy for a bloke about to pop his clogs. You lads reckon he's got life insurance or something? A single execution may not be sufficient counterweight that negates the grudge. However, there exists precedent for a crime not entirely dissimilar to the one currently being addressed, which a subject whose life was insured was killed over a dozen times to be rendered into a state of post-resurrection mental degradation and punch and drunkenness prior to complete and total extermination. That's fucked up. So you're telling me, and not only has something like this happened before, where the Middle has gone after someone to kill them, but they had life insurance and they actually let the life insurance go through so they could keep killing them. That's so fucked. Yet the villain doth persist in uttering such vile insults to our big brother. In moments such as this, methinks that justice ought to be delivered post-haste. Do not great brother's advice? Other ways decent enough. What's your take, Sinclair? About tenderizing him half dead first. You have an easier time deciding what to do with him once he's too busy swallowing teeth to talk back. I like the sound of that. Oh, that's... Perhaps the child was pleased with the suggestion, because he produced an adorably tiny sticker from the inside of his coat and pressed it neatly onto his little brother's book. That's so cute. Thank you, big bro. Right, well, let's crack on with it then. Let's give him a proper thrashing before thinking about what comes next. I really love that. Have we seen a Book of Vengeance that actually has stickers on it, though? You seriously think life insurance is what I'm planning to fall back on? You don't actually believe that I spotted you chasing me across half the city and just didn't bother setting anything up, do you? That sound. Something's closing in. Result, what time is it? Oh, is it sweeping time? Oh, it is. It is currently 3:13 in the morning. The night in the back streets has begun. Alright, I have to do it, chat.
Looks like it's sweeping time!
Alright, there you go. We got it out of the way. A tremor spread through the ground, drawing closer with every passing second. It was the sound of the sweepers flooding through the roads. For Backstreet's residents, a rumble on the road is familiar as the rumble of one's own breath. Still, there's something off about this whole situation. The entrance through which the child and his little siblings chased their mark looked hastily put together, and the thief was already sprinting toward another room. It didn't take long for the child to piece things together. His voice sharply cut through the air as soon as he realized what exactly the thief had in store. Grab that bastard now! Bollocks, I knew something about this entrance looked makeshift. Hahaha, too slow. Have fun getting swept away, dumbasses. Wait, what? They won't even leave a bloodstain behind once they're done with you. Wait, you don't think it was that one guy, do you? By the wretched villain hath fled into the adjacent room. Our righteous fury shall smite through the door and... Fume. Nah, that ain't some hideout. That's a proper residential area. That cheeky half-pint used his noggin, didn't he? Looks like we're gonna have to hold out against the sweeper waves, bro. Don't you worry your little head now, lad. Even if we get swept away by the waves, the middle will settle that score proper. Nobody walks away from the vengeance. The night in the back streets passed, as it always does. The thief stepped out from his building, bold and smug. He congratulated himself for this well-thought-out plan that finally shook the persistent stalker. No one can survive the tides of sweepers that consume everything and everyone in their path, he believed, not even the child. However, he seemed to have underestimated the child's tenacity, the unyielding doggedness of the syndicates that called itself the Middle. You stalker freak, how are you still alive? And that it then? All that prepping you're already done? Shit, damn it. Look, don't kill me just yet. There's something you should know. What? That you weren't actually the one who nicked the coupon? Exactly, I'm not the thief. Wait, you already knew? Of course I did. That bloke in the security footage wasn't anywhere near as tiny as you, half-pint. Gives it away, isn't it? Been giving it a think, yeah. Whether I ought to crack your skull open like an egg, or just keep killing you over and over till this burning anger is spent and satisfied. Wait, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, so please. It ain't my business finding out what bloody ties you've got to the real thief now. My lads will dig 'em up soon enough. And you not being the thief makes no difference either. You've already gone and earned yourself a fresh grudge with me with that little trick you pulled. Wait, well how is his hair luscious then? Hold on. It kind of feels like this fake coupon thief got set up, doesn't it? Truth be told, I'm sick of this whole mess, it's giving me a headache. Got a pilgrimage of loyalty coming up, yeah? Proper nightmare of that labor. I'd rather clear out all the useless rubbish cluttering my path before I dedicate myself to it. I can help you. Let me ditch that fucking thief and work for you instead. That does it. You flapping your lying gob, basking in that lusciousness like you're the only one who earned it. That's about enough to get you and every last sod tied to you. Immediate, complete, and total extermination. Hell yeah. Dude, that was awesome. Up by 4. Max level. Why is the coupon thief a criminal mastermind, bro? I don't know what the end game was for all of that, if I'm being honest. You did 58 rolls and got only egos? Life is so unfair. You know, getting the egos out of the way, though, is pretty good. Because that increases your chances for later on, you know? I think we got all the middle egos equipped. Alright, let me put him on my company so that anybody who has me added can use him. What do we get for phrases? What do you reckon? Looks more blank now, don't it? Luscious. There we go. That fits pretty well. So I guess we will go over his kits. Because it's an interesting one. So skill 1, kicking. The target has 6 plus burn plus bleed, coin power plus 1. On use, the target has vengeance mark, final power plus 1. So vengeance mark is going to be very important for this. On use, gain plus 3 aggro in the slot. Lower user's stagger threshold by 5. If user has vengeance mark, heal 3 sanity. Then bleed burn. Skill 2, watch your back. Oh wait, what's the power? So 2, 5, 8, 11. One coin power, so what? 4, 8, 12, 14. And then with the final power 15. I mean that's an okay skill 1. Skill 2, watch your back. Target has 6 plus burn plus bleed, coin power plus 1. Combat start, apply 2 offense level up on allies adjacent to this unit on the dashboard. Combat start, the skill gains highest resonance divided by 2, offense level max 3, rounded down. Target has vengeance mark, final power plus 2, gain 5 aggro. First and second coin, bleed, burn. Third, on hit, inflict 2 paralyze, inflict 3 burn. Skill 3, my hair coupons. Final power plus 1 for every 4 burn plus bleed on the main target max 3. Final power plus 1 for every 2 envy resonance max 3. We'll do the math on that in a second. Combat start, the skill gains highest resonance offense level max 6. If the main target has vengeance mark, final power plus 2. At 6 plus envy absolute resonance, gain plus 1 attack weight. At 20 plus Book of Vengeance Heathcliff, gain plus 1 attack weight. Deal plus 60% damage for every excess attack weight beyond the number of actual targets and focused encounters departs. On kill, for every enemy killed using the skill, gain 2 Vengeance Tattoo, max 6 per turn. Exact 20 base skills deal plus 1% damage for every stack. Unbreakable, 5 bleed, 5 burn. On hit, deal envy resonance times 5% of this coin's final damage as blunt bonus damage, max 30%. And then his enhanced skill 3. External effects cannot trigger this skill to be reused. Oh, my mirror dungeon. Deal plus 1% damage for every 1% missing HP on self, max 30%. Final power plus 1 for every 4 burn plus bleed on the main target, max 5. Combat start, the skill gains highest resonance offense level, max 6. If the main target has vengeance mark, final power plus 3. 20 plus Book of Vengeance Heathcliff, gain plus 1 attack weight. Deal plus 60% damage for every excess attack weight beyond the number of actual targets and focus encounters depart. On kill, for every enemy killed using the skill, gain an ego resource of a random least owned affinity, max 4. Attack end, consume 15 vengeance tattoo on self. The target is staggered, deal plus 20% damage, inflict 5 bleed, burn, tremor, trigger tremor burst, then reduce target's tremor count by 1. On hit, deal envy resonance times 7% of this coin's final damage as blunt bonus damage. Okay, so what's the math on this? So 10 plus 12, that's 10 to 22. So max 3, so 25, 28. Offense level, since this is 6, that's 2 clash power. So that's up to 30. And with the vengeance mark, that's up to 32. Damn. Alright, defense. Payback. Combat start at 6 plus sum of envy absolute resonance. Use my hair coupon. Skill as counter. Activates from the leftmost skill slot. Activates 2 times per turn. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually insane. Combat start, heal envy resonance plus 3 sanity for 3 of the middle faction allies that have the lowest sanity, including this unit once per turn, max 10 sanity, excluding allies at negative 40 or lower sanity. Combat start, gain 25% of missing HP as shield once per turn. Burn bleed. Alright, passives. So this is where it gets really funny, and I'm glad I pulled this ID so that I remember to talk about this. Because there's something really funny in the passives. So the Book of Vengeance. When this unit or any of the middle faction allies are hit by an enemy, inflict 1 vendetta mark on the said enemy and gain 1 Book of Vengeance Heathcliff once per skill. Vendetta mark max 10. Consumed by certain skills or passives, take plus 2% damage from the middle enemies. Oh yeah, because it gets applied to them. To the enemies. For every stack, max 20%. Turn end, this unit that has the highest stack of this effect gains 1 symboling Vengeance mark next turn. Counted separately from Vengeance mark, if more than a single unit has the highest stack of this effect targets the one that has the higher HP percentage. So Heathcliff is at 282, so that's something to keep in mind. Turn start, at 15 plus Vengeance Tattoo, apply the following effects. Replace a base skill with complete and total extermination. Prioritizes the skill on the leftmost slot's bottom row on the dashboard. If the replaced skill becomes inaccessible due to being replaced by a different skill, activate the above effect again. Change battle music until turn end. Dude, so freaking funny. This is the first ID in the game that does this. So we have to do this. We have to. It gives me like Ruina vibes, you know, whenever Gebra would enter her ego state and just override whatever music is playing at the time. So I am a huge fan of that. Also, the Middle Finger Tojo is one of my favorite tracks in Limbus. Combat start, in the turn this unit substituted in or return to the field, use my hero coupons on a random target. Oh, that's crazy. Attack end of the said skill, apply 1 offense level up and 1 defense level up on all middle faction allies. Oh, your music is nice, but mine is better. So true. Well, now you need to listen to his voice lines. Alright, we'll do that. Vengeance Tattoo Resonance. Combat start, the middle faction allies that have equipped defensive skills take minus 20% damage from unopposed attacks for this turn. Alright, I think it's official. Middle IDs might be insane. Combat start, at 4 plus envy resonance, the middle faction allies adjacent to this unit on the dashboard cannot be staggered by damage as long as they have usable counter skills equipped in their slots. At 6 plus envy resonance, this effect applies to all of the middle faction allies. How many middle IDs do we have? It's just 4, right? And then we've got Otis coming up. The Big Brother. Combat start, gain 1 Vengeance Tattoo for every envy resonance, max 7. If an enemy attacked any of the middle faction allies, including this unit, use kicking on the said enemy as an unopposed attack at attack end of the enemy's skill once per turn. So he gets a free skill 1 every turn that one of your teammates is hit. And support passive Chains of Loyalty. If any of the middle faction allies are killed during combat this turn, all the middle faction allies gain 1 attack power up this turn and the next turn once per turn. Oh, we have 5? Who am I missing? Dawn? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, thank you. I knew Dawn. I guess my head was more focused on Envy Resonance. Alright, yeah, 5 is insane. Yeah, this feels like it's gonna be a very, very good team. Alright, we said voice lines, so we'll check that out. No Dante's notes.
난 아침부터 바쁘니까 너희끼리 가서 적당히 아침 때우고 움직여라. 자, 카드 가져가고. 그 머리 샛노란 신입이랑 덩치 큰 놈도 잘 챙기고. 아, 싱클레어, 네가 우리 애들 좀 봐줘라. 그래도 동부에서 좀 살았잖냐? 어?
Slab a muscle.
해가 중천인데
Type raise.
아직도 가게 문을 안 열면 쓰나? 한참 기다렸네. 이달 보급이 밀렸잖냐? 돈 한두 푼으로 괜히 책에 이름 적히게 하지 말자고. 어?
Can you add me as a friend? I have like a queue.
그래? 오리구이라고?
But y'all can add each other in chat.
끝나면 바로 갈 테니까 먹을 거 많이 시켜둬. 알지? 내가 먹는 거. 푹신한 놈. 그럼 여기는 또 어디 헤어샵을 가야 이 감각적인 머리 스타일을 유지해 주려나? 알겠어? 모엘르다. 바로 옆에 있는 모델르는 미술학원이니까 괜히 들어가서 난장 피우지 말고 돈은 내가 대줄 테니까.
In an art academy.
머리하고 나면 내 이름 대고 도장 찍어. 난 보면 니네 다 거기로만 가는 거다.
Oh yeah, the loyalty coupons. There was something about that in the last intervalo in Twining Threads.
큰형님께는 감사하다고 또 전해드려. 저번에 남부 오셨을 때 철판구이집 좋아하셨는데 한번 놀러 오시면 거기 전세 내서 즐기시게 준비해둔다고도 말씀드리고, 가족끼리 도우는 거 그거 당연하다고는 하지만 쉬운 거 아니잖냐. 보답해드려야지. 아 다르고 어 다른 거야. 봐봐. 푹신, 폭신. 주는 감각이 전혀 다르잖아. 폭신은 무거운 헤어젤을 발라서는 구현이 안 되는 거라고. 퍼석과 파삭도 달라. 바삭하게 한 녀석은 그래도 팔 한 짝으로 봐줄 순 있다만 퍼석은... 내가 그것 때문에 장부조항 이렇게 해석해도 되냐고 형님들께 여쭈기까지 했잖냐. 처형 대상으로 둬도 되냐고.
Dude, chat, do you guys have any stories of like really bad haircuts? I think I've been... Oh no, actually I have a really bad one when I was in the military. when I was in the Navy and on the ship, right? So, you know, in boot camp, they shave your hair all, like, completely shaved. You know, not allowed to have facial hair, none of that. Sorry, my cat's being weird. Yeah, they shave all that, right? When you get out of boot camp, you're like, you can finally grow your hair back out and stuff. I go do my schooling and stuff, and I get sent to the ship. Hair, like, finally was just, like, grown back out, right? And, you know, you have to maintain, like, a certain hairstyle. Like, it can't look too rambunctious. You gotta be, like, properly groomed, you know? And so they have, like, a barber's place on the ship. And so I go there, and I'm like, all right, you know, I don't know if I was, like, really tired and, like, maybe I fucked up, because I don't remember what I said. But the guy immediately fucking took the buzzers and reshaved me. So, man, I was so pissed off. And the worst part is like, he starts, he does the damage. I kind of, like, back off, and I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing, man? He's like, this is what you asked for. And I was like, I do not think it's what I asked for at all. And he just kind of looks at me dumbfounded. And I'm like, man, you like, the damage is done. You can't shave it, or you can't save the start of being reshaved, you know? I was like, fuck it. Just finish it. So I had to go through the whole process of growing my hair out again. So pissed off, man. The only other time that I remember a barber, like, fucking up is when I was a kid and my ear got nicked. I think I freaked out about that. You need a Thia still for the full metal power up. That's gonna be the day. When you were little, the barber sneezed when using the electric razor, and so for a while you had a V-shaped chunk of hair missing on the side of your head. Man, that's fucked up. I shouldn't laugh at that. I shouldn't. Having your hair fucked up is actually, like, I understand Ricardo a little bit. Like, he takes it to a whole different level, but I kind of get it. Because when someone does fuck up your hair and you have to go walking around, like, you know, people are, they know.
여기 숨어 있었네? 내 헤어급 헌더도. 니놈들 때문에 이 몸이 몸소 동부까지 행차했다. 상당히 싸가지가 없다고 봐야겠지. 날이면 날마다 생명력을 잃어가는 내 머릿결. 손가락 사이로 쓸리는 건조한 맛 체감. 장부에 여러 줄 적혀도 불만 없겠지? 아? 8조 20항. 거기서 A행. 여섯 번째. 도둑놈, 그리고 그놈과의 친분이 있는 자, 저는 즉결 처형.
Oh, the Indigo Elder.
심지어 낚시꾼 놓친 내까지 엮어서 내 팔까지 해먹었지? 야, 나는 좀 궁금하다니까? 대체 너희에게 달린 원한을 전부 해결하려면 몇 번을 죽이고 살려야 하는 거냐?
I think the Elder could handle himself.
야, 벌거치, 자꾸 밑에서 부들부들 떨지 마라. 머리를 빗는 신성한 시간에 하늘이라도 잘못 삐져나오면 네 머리통부터 터뜨릴 테니까. 기억은 중요하지. 그러니까 죽으면서 새겨라. 나는 중지의 작은 형님 히스클리프. 지금부터 니놈들을 전부 처형할 사람의 이름이다.
You know, it is interesting because this Heathcliff, he's not chasing like the sinners. So does that mean whoever is in Ricardo's place at this specific time, he's like always doomed to have his hair coupon stolen by somebody? Like if it's not the sinners, then it's just some other random group of people. That's kind of that's actually pretty fucked up.
어. 찾았냐?
Like that's Ricardo's constant in life, is having his hair coupon stolen.
당장 집행해주지. 어때? 훨씬 푹신해 보이지? 그래, 내가 왔다.
Here comes Big Bro.
의식 불명.
Hey, okay.
좋아, 한 줄 지워주지. 진짜 일어나! 아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고.
Wait, 11 deaths
진짜
on
일어나!
enemy killed?
아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고.
So a total of 12? 12, hey, there's 12 sinners. Not including Dante.
죽어도 큰형님의 복수가 너희를. 뭐야? 잘 됐군. 칭찬용 고양이 스티커 하나를 붙여주지.
Every incarnation of Ricardo is destined to be bristly. Man, that sucks.
장난하냐? 네 놈들이 제대로 작동하는 걸 갖고 왔어야지.
Taking the piss out of me.
이 정도로는 분이 안 풀리는데. 네 놈들 아직
You
복수해야 할 게
wankers.
한참 남았군. 좋아. 또 쥐새끼 같이 모여서 잘 추스르고 있어봐. 또 가서 전부 쓸어줄 테니. 마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰. 혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질 않았지. 이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어. 얘들아, 철수다. 오늘은 이 형님이 쏜다.
That might actually be the best extra conditions fulfilled line in Limbus.
노래 꺼라.
No, the music.
그래, 털 건 털고 원하는 한참 남아 있으니까. 잘 됐지?
British middle.
저놈들을 2번이고 3번이고 잡아 죽칠 수 있으니까. 다음에 한 번 더 해보자고. 어?
Did you guys actually hear the music gets cut off?
노래 꺼라.
You can hear them turn it off. They just carry a boombox with them everywhere they go.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰. 혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려
That's
해도
awesome.
도무지
That's so
완벽해지질
freaking
않았지.
awesome.
이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어.
Shoot. I actually cannot believe my luck. So here's the strategy I did. Was right before stream, Wuthering Waves, they had an update today too with a character that I really like that I was trying to get, and I did 20 pulls and I didn't get her, and I was like, well, hold on, I'm about to do a Limbus stream. What if my luck, what if luck like maybe transfers? Like a person can only be so lucky in life, right? We talked about this a couple of streams ago. And so I decided to stop trying on Wuthering and get on Limbus and do the 10 pull, and it freaking worked. So am I right, or is that like a weird coincidence? Because I feel really weird. I don't want that theory to be right. Or maybe the world is taking pity on me. Ladder, no, you're not right. You don't think luck can transfer between games? It is weird coincidence? I don't know. As I should, they have a special tattoo that produces the EDM. You know what? That is a tattoo I could get behind. No wonder your infield pull luck is abysmal. Okay, so this is crazy too. So in Arc Knights, the tower defense version, I got Silver Ash Altar in a single pull, which he is one of the most broken like characters in that game. So that was awesome. I also got Ifrit. She's a really good AoE caster. And then in Enfield, you know, I was feeling really down, and so I've just kind of been playing that game. And I did my polls for the new character in Enfield, and I got was it Feng Yi? So I don't know what's up with my luck. Like, it's come back apparently. It's really, yeah, man, it is so weird. I do not understand the luck at all. If it will receive a huge buff in a few updates. Oh, really? Hell yeah. But alright, we'll get into the BokGak.
어제 먹고 남았던 케이크 어디 있는지 못 봤어?
No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat.
이미 동키가 먹었나?
If Fast Limited Ego is still rocking. Oh yeah, that might actually be the best ego in the game, to be honest. Until A-lifts come out. Party rubbed her tired eyes, muttering something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus, after the various incidents at the LCE. Sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and...
좋네! 그러면 본인이 직접 주최하지!
The usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided.
또? 아이 저번에도 크리스마스랍시고 뒷문까지 들어가서 난장판을 벌였었잖아.
Hey, that was a good intervalo.
그때는 가져온 장식품으로 버스를 꾸미기만 했지 따로 뭘 하진 않았잖는가.
Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head.
아, 저는 이제 진짜 괜찮은데요.
Poor Sinclair.
이전에 본인이 난장을 좀 피운 것도 있고, 물론 본인은 아니었지만 이렇게 분위기를 환기하는 것이.
Can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with memory came tact.
뭐, 다 같이 보내는 첫 새해인데 기념할 만하지 않나? 종소리를 딱 들어줘야 뭔가 넘어간 기분이 든단 말이지.
다 같이 신년의 첫 해돋이를 보겠구려. 기념할 일이라고 보.
신년 전야의 국수는 제법 클래식하지.
모두들 이렇게 좋아해주니 본인의 가슴도 따뜻해지네. 성대하게 준비하겠네. 반짝반짝 폭죽도 잔뜩, 그리고 맛있는 것도.
그럼 다음 정차 예정은 언제지?
Is the coupon thief that sweeper joke guy? He set up the sweeper trap on Heathcliff's story? Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, but I don't know.
내 피는 앞으로 사흘은 달릴 거야. 빠른 도로에서 멈추는 바보는 없어.
Dum-dums.
그렇다는군.
Virgil muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin.
내년에는 미리 사두겠네.
Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet had depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Claudia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room, so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. Oh, it's H-Corp. I remember H-Corp is actually based on something in real life. I don't remember the name. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates.
H사인 것이요?
Yeah, there it is. Kowloon? That sounds right. Yeah, that's it. Kowloon, the walled city. Well, to be honest, I cannot imagine living like that close to people. I mean, that doesn't even sound hygienic, you know? Let alone like personalities clashing. Sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that massive structure all one building?
저게 통째로 둥지면 여긴 뒷골목이 어떻게 있는 거야? 저 정도면 H사가 관리하는 면적을 다 덮고도 남겠는데?
뭐 기대도 안 했어요. 바보 같은 소리를 하는 걸 보니 안내서는 손도 안 댄 거겠죠.
Only thing missing is it, man. It's been a long time since I've seen those movies, or even like heard someone reference them.
설명하자면 저건 둥지가 아니에요. 저 건물 전체가 8구거든요.
H사에서는 홍원이라고 부른답니다. 건물의 중앙에는 둥지, 그 테두리로는 뒷골목이 있죠.
어우, 저 안에 그럼 바글바글 모여서 살고 있다는 거야? 빛도 안 되는 곳에서?
그래도 뭐 비 맞을 걱정은 덜겠네.
어디? 본인도 좀 보겠네.
The sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest. Felt my gaze drawn toward Hong Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing.
막상 지내보면 생각만큼 나쁜 곳은 아니랍니다.
But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, were making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hong Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but actually no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides,
가까이서 보니까 생각보다 엄청 크잖아.
I've been calling it the cube. Accurate?
이런 거는 과거의 어떤 모험에서도 본 적이 없는 규모네만.
I mean, it kind of is like a Rubik's Cube if you had to solve it from the inside out. My efforts aren't enough. I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view.
H사와 89의 안내.
Oh yeah, I need to check their
제게
HPs. So 260, what is she? 275, 249. Okay, so no one can mess up his passive then.
찾았냐?
오케이.
형님과 누님들을 위해.
So we want envy resonance. So we need characters with envy defense skills. I think she does. She's good to go.
출발하죠.
I think his is gloom. Yeah. Wait, you can't. Hold on. What would happen if the unfocused volley hits your own teammate?
120번 홍로.
Can they get vengeance tattoos?
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리. 자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리.
몸을 풀어두죠.
Once we left the bus.
아이고, 결국에는 이리로 와서 내렸구만.
Matthias is gonna have Paracrypt Relic mode, so don't worry. You think she's gonna be better than Ricardo Cliff?
이런 건 H사에 정식으로 항의해야 한다고 봐요. 어째서 둥지 직통 고속도로 입구에서 그따위로 공사를 하고 있는 거죠?
공사야 여러 이유가 있겠소만 멀찍이 주의 표지판이라도 해두어야 하지 않았는가 싶구려.
카론군의 멋진 드리프트가 아니었으면 생각하기도 싫네. 이렇게 모험을 끝내는 건 상상조차 못 해봤으니.
Supposed to be great brother or sisters, probably. That's true. It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Charon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like rag dolls.
다행히 내부로 빠지는 도로가 있어서 망정이지. 아니었으면 카론이 후진하겠다는 걸 뜯어 말려야 했을걸. 대신 둥지까지 가려면 이 구비구비 골목 같은 곳을 지나야만 하겠지만.
It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corp.
겉보기엔 꽤 화려했는데 뭐 사람 사는 곳은 다 똑같네.
그러게 익숙한 풍경이야. 진절머리 날 정도로.
What about Vespolt? Yeah, getting a color ID is gonna be insane.
이곳은 둥지까지도 이런 느낌인 건가?
One day, but I think it'll be a while.
아니요. 팔구 뒷골목만의 풍경이라고 보시는 게 옳을 겁니다.
The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Seems all too common in every corner of the city. There's one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4.
어? 뭐가? 저 사람들?
The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well.
전혀 아니야. 애초에 벌레 모양으로 통일된 것도 아니잖아, 관리자 양반. 뭐 편견 없이 바라봐준 건 고맙다고 할 수는 있겠네.
저건 팔구의 특징적인 치료법입니다.
아, 그 정체모를 푸르죽죽한 연고를 바르고 붕대를 감으면 다음날에 찢어진 피부가 낫는다는 소문의 진원지가 여기군요.
다소 부정확한 이야기가 될 수 있어 덧붙여드리자면 그것은 모두 H사의 특이점인 환을 활용하는 방법의 일부입니다.
환이요?
Future Claire. I almost hope we don't get an ID like that, because that is a very scary future. I don't want a second smoke war. Look how much harm the first one did.
약재를 동그랗게 빚어낸 환약을 의미하는 것으로 보인다.
맞습니다. H사. 홍원 생명공학 그룹에서는 치료의 정수가 담긴 환을 제조해서 내놓죠. 그 환을 그대로 섭취하거나 물에 개어 보의 형태로 바르거나 혹은 더 묽게 만들어 붕대에 물들인 후 감아 치료할 수도 있습니다.
아하, 그 소문들이 그렇게 만들어진 거였나요?
Yep. That's how a game of telephone works.
그런 거군요. 저는 치료법이라고 하시길래 그 K사가 떠올라서요.
K사의 초점은 상태의 회복에 맞춰져 있습니다. 본래의 상태로 돌아가는 방향성이죠. 8구의 뒷골목은 제조된 환약을 가지고 거주민들이 저마다 발전시킨 비법 기술이 정착된 곳입니다. 피적용자의 개별 상태에 맞춘 치료가 아니라 보유한 비법 기술을 기반으로 상태를 개선하는 방식에 초점을 맞추고 있죠. 어떤 의미에서는 변화나 발전이라는 단어가 더 어울릴 수 있겠군요.
그럼 저분들은 저게 치료가 된 상태라는 말씀인가요?
Crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts.
아, 저분들은 단골이시네요.
Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Mersault, but from Hong Lu. The regulars?
네, 어릴 적에 들은 적이 있어요. 의료원의 신비한 치료에 익숙해져서 시도 때도 없이 드나드는 사람들. 단골이 된 사람들은 다른 분들보다 겉보기에는 더 강해 보이지만 점차 부작용이 쌓여가다가 이상하게 변해버린다고 하더라고요.
재계가 전혀 다른 시술을 다수 적용한다면 시술 간의 충돌이 발생할 확률은 높을 수밖에 없다.
생명보험을 들지 않으신 분들이 저렴하게 이용하는 경우도 많을 테니까요.
생명 보험 말인가?
네, 그 보험 특약에는 사망 시에 되살아난다는 조항도 포함되어 있거든요.
The irony isn't lost on me, but not resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos.
생명보험을 통해 되살아나는 것은 머리가 금기로 설정한 부활의 범위에 해당하지 않습니다.
There's like a weird thing in real life where you can be, I think it's called dead, and then I think it's like absolute death. So they can consider you dead if you don't have a pulse, but you're like really dead once your brain function has stopped.
온전한 부활이 아닌 풍화를 감안한 뇌 소생.
아마도 그렇게 판단하고 있을 테죠.
관리자님이 시계를 돌리는 것과 달리 생명보험은 뇌가 온전하지 않다면 되살아날 수 없다는 치명적인 약점이 있습니다. 거기에 뇌 안의 정보가 전달되는 과정에서 꽤 많은 누락이 발생하죠.
누락. 그렇다면 저들 중 몇몇의 외과는 치료의 부작용 때문이 아닐 수도 있겠네요.
그럴 수도 있겠지만 보통 한두 번의 복구 시술로 저렇게 변하지는 않는다고 들었어요. 뒷골목에 사는 분들한테는 보험 갱신 비용이 어마어마하다고 했으니까.
I can't remember what it's called. Is it called like True Death? I remember learning about this a long time ago.
만약 보험에 가입한 분들이 모두 저렇게 안타까운 모습이 된다면 아마 아무도 보험에 들지 않겠죠?
그래.
Oh, they just call it brain
상하신
death.
분들이 보기엔
I mean, that
저들의
makes
처지가
sense.
처량하고
I thought they had a
안타까워 보이시나?
specific name for it.
곧 비슷한 처지가 될 테니 너무 연민을 느끼진 않았으면 좋겠군.
정체를 밝혀라.
You're just waiting for the director to drop the first A-Lif? What do you guys think it's going to be? You think it's going to be an OG A-Lif or something new? A stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good.
그 상판을 보니 잘나신 가시 가문의 도련님이 맞는 모양이군.
Big Bird? I think Big Bird was only a WA in Lobotomy Corp.
풍루, 아는 사람들이야?
Like an OG ALF would be in Walpurgis. Yeah, I could see that. I kind of hope it's like nothing there. I want to get a scythe, man.
아니요. 뒷골목 분들과는 인연이 없는 편이었던 터라 다 처음 보는 분들이네요.
Justicia. That is a good one. But that's like a weapon.
안에서도 밖에서도 신선 노름하시느라 바쁘셨을 테니 우리 같은
Or no, I'm
놈들은
thinking of
모르는
the
게
ego weapon.
당연하겠지.
My bad. White Knight. I think is a little early for that. Also, that would mean the Walpurgis event would be dealing with White Knight, and no thanks. I don't want to do that. Fighting the 12 apostles.
뭐 상관없다. 어차피 의뢰대로 가조심사에 제출할 물건을 빼앗으면 그만이니까.
가주 심사라니 뭔가 오해가 있는 모양인데요.
머릿수는 제법 되어 보이는데 야, 시작부터 참... 아니, 떼거리로 몰려들어 두드려 패는 건 우리 사무소의 도리에 어긋나지. 삼도끼 사무소의 삼남, 삼삼이 가시 가문의 가보께 결투를 신청한다.
Shamsan.
방식은 승자가 상대에게 원하는 것을 취하는 것으로 하지.
결투요?
결투라면 동부의 쉔크 옆에 나리들은 장갑을 던지는 대신 자신의 소속과 이름을 외치는 것으로 결투를 신청한다더군. 삼도끼 사무소는 말단 중 말단이긴 해도 어찌되었든 제대로 된 해결사 사무소. 저거는 진짜 백이 결투 신청이라네.
Oh my gosh, breathe, please. Holy shit. Dude, I thought she was gonna explode. Dude, what? There is no way she said all of that. Hold on.
동부의 쉔크 옆에 나리들은 장갑을 던지는 대신 자신의 소속과 이름을 외치는 것으로 결투를 신청한다더군. 삼도끼 사무소는 말단 중 말단이긴 해도 어찌되었든 제대로 된 해결사 사무소. 저거는 진짜 백이 결투 신청이라네.
There is no... There's no way, right? That was all in like one breath. How do you have the lung capacity?
그러니까 그냥 1대1로 붙자는 거 아니야?
Yeah, just say 1v1 me, bro. I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust?
네. 홍루 씨가 패배할 정도의 실력자로는 보이지 않네요.
God tier VA is so true.
문제 없을 것 같아요. 다녀올게요, 단테님.
You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case.
괜찮아요. 결투라면 어렸을 때 10번 정도는 해왔거든요.
Alright, Knight, thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good night as well.
꼴의 명문 출신이라고 몇 번 경험한 적은 있는 모양이다만.
아, 오해가 있는 것 같네요. 하루에 10번이랍니다. 아니다. 가끔 할머니가 빼주시기도 했으니 실제로는 조금 더 적으려나요?
뭐라고?
림버스 컴퍼니의 홍루. 아니, 가시 가문의 보옥이 결투를 받아들입니다.
Oh, the name drop. Honglu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Honglu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side.
안 오시나요? 아, 먼저 들어오시면 된답니다. 저는 항상 두 수 무르고 시작했거든요.
몰라? 그 오만한 태도가 니놈의 명줄을 재촉할 것이다.
Man who introduced himself as Shan-san leaped toward Honglu. Then, after about a minute,
말도 안 되는.
I like this person in the background. What the hell? Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery light movement of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air, until after one blink and you'll miss it moment, he realized that Shan-san was already face down on the ground, defeated.
에? 홍록은 평소에 전력을 숨기고 있던 것인가?
저는 항상 최선을 다해 싸워왔다고 생각하는데요.
하지만 한 대도 맞지 않고 이기는 건 격이 다르잖은가.
Also, can I just say how funny it is that Don Quixote is the one that said this? Has thou been concealing thy full strength in our presence?
하지만 이전에 싸울 때는 싸우는 지역도 제각각이었고 무기도 심지어 상대도 예측이 안 되는 분들이었는걸요.
파회. 내 놈, 저 머저리의 기술을 이미 알고 있었나?
네. 비무 선생님 중에 비슷한 기술을 쓰는 분이 계셨거든요. 여러분들도 매일같이 해야 하는 일엔 노하우라는 게 생기시잖아요? 비슷한 거랍니다.
그거랑 이게 같은 건가 싶긴 한데. 그래서 결투에서 진 거 같은데 이만 비켜주지 그래. 되도록 지금 우리가 예상하는 그렇고 그런 짓은 하지 않았으면 좋겠는데.
계약 사무소에 공증도 없었고 여기서 물러났다간 의뢰인이 가만히 있지 않겠지. 멋들하는 거냐? 때로 덤벼들어.
지리멸렬.
What a foolish thing to do. We've got middle
매일같이 걸리는 이런
IDs.
시비에는 노하우가 생기는 것 같기도 하고.
With the bitter cry of the defeated is getting rushed toward us.
어때? 훨씬 푹신해 보이지?
Dude, Heathcliff fans are like they're actually going insane at the moment.
내가 봐주마.
Skill 3.
거창을 세워주지.
Oh yeah, he just gets attack weight off that too.
필살 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Envy to the moon. I guess it can actually clash a little bit. Yeah, it is all envy resonance.
공격권 확인.
This entire intervalo will be purple.
거창을 세워주지.
Man, his attacks are so weighty too.
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
Oh, he's staggered? Don't care. Envy resonance.
좋아. 장부에서
이거 분강 맞지?
차 부숴줄 테다.
I know there's just one guy left. We can't. I can't be stopped.
이거 분강 맞지?
I guess I wasn't really paying attention. Their HP didn't really go down at all.
이 모양이면 아, 앞으로도 고생길이 너무 훤한데.
뭐 몸 좀 덮였다는 점에선 나쁘지 않았을지도 모르겠네.
I got the Meridi, now to continue with this new BokGak. Hell yeah.
이게 그렇게 퉁칠 문제인가요?
Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hong Lu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Jia Chun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs?
누군진 모르겠지만 홍루 씨에게 원한이라도 있는 것 같은데요.
이런 전투가 몇 차례 더 벌어질 수도 있다는 거군.
그래도 잘 이겨냈다네.
그게 문제가 아니다. 잘 생각해 보도록.
Seems like they're assuming that Honglu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy valuation. And there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition.
역시 관리자님다운 정확한 통찰이십니다.
오늘의 아첨은 좀 뻔한 맛이 있네, 오티스 씨.
잘한 것을 칭찬하는 것이 언제부터 아첨이었지? 니놈들도 뭘 잘했을 때는.
Yeah, what the heck? That's just a compliment.
쓸데없는 잡담이 길군. 기다려주다간 목이 빠지겠어. 회사도 이런 마찰을 예상했는지 사람을 보냈더군.
Oh, you got the sweeper announcer? Sweet. Yeah, let me know how that is. I'm actually really curious because they have genuine voice lines, which means something or someone is translating, which is very odd to me. Weird voices coming from behind us, from where Virgil pointed.
나 참 여전히 오래 걸리시는 분들이시네요. 원래 이야기된 장소도 아니고 갑자기 뒷골목으로 호출해서 당황했지 뭐예요.
Familiar voice. A voice we could not forget.
오랜만이에요, 여러분.
Sode.
저도 있습니다.
And Pilot. We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. You're gonna use the untranslated one for funny? Wait, you get to choose?
나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰! 혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질 않았지. 이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어.
You can't actually preview that, can you? Oh, wait. Or is it... Oh, isn't he an event unlock? Oh, it is. Okay, so 500. We need 500. I forgot. A guide.
소드 씨?
She's alive.
그리고 파일럿이었나요? 당신
왜들 그러시나요? 귀신이라도 본 것 같은 표정이나 하고. 파일럿? 저번에 내 얘기를 했다고 하지 않았나요?
했습니다. 똑똑히 기억합니다.
No, he didn't at all.
들었지? 살았다고.
Sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles.
뭐 여전해 보여서 좋네요, 다들.
Sode, we're so glad to see you're okay.
당신도 여전히 잘 째깍거리는 것 같고요.
Sode smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example.
분명 진급을 했다고 들었던 것으로 기억하는데. 우선 축하하지.
네.
Were the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes.
진급할 정도로 능력을 인정받은 것을 축하한 것인데 문제라도 있나?
Yeah, Otis, it's because her superior died.
알잖아. 그 진급이 뭘 의미하는지.
아주 의미가 깊지. 손에 피를 묻히지 않고 이루어진 진급에 의미가 있나?
Yeah, that's actually just what I was thinking. She's a piece of work.
반대로 묻지. 주변에 사내같이 니놈 같은 반응만 보이며 쉬쉬하면 저자는 누구에게 그나마의 인정과 위로를 받겠나?
You know, this is like a little bit of a weird conflict that happens for me, because I like to, you know, try and keep things as truthful as I can, but there is like a certain amount of decorum that you should probably have when considering other people's feelings, you know?
쉬쉬만 했으면 다행이죠. 동료의 목숨을 팔아다가 계급과 맞바꿨다는 소리도 수근수근 들렸으니까요. 그런 점에서는 고맙네요, 오티스 씨. 사실 저도 엄밀히 말하면 뇌만 빼고 한번 죽었다가 살아난 거죠. 제 뇌가 터졌다면 K사의 앰플러도 수복할 수 없었을 테니까요.
그럼 에피 씨도
에피에게 제일 먼저 의체가 쑤셔 넣어진 쪽이 머리 쪽이었다고 하더라고요. 검시관이.
Or Effie. Also, all these characters, if you haven't noticed, they're like, you know, Effie, Sode, Pilot are all like TV references.
K사 앰플도 생명보험도 뇌가 손상된 피보험자까지 복구할 수는 없다고 했던가요?
그런 거죠. 자자, 괜히 오래간만에 만나서 우울한 소리는 그만하자고요. 일하러 왔으면 일을 해야죠. 일 이야기로 넘어가요. 파일럿?
아, 네. 그러니까 제가 말입니다. 우연한 기회에 가시 가문의 관계자를 알게 됐습니다. 그래서 데려왔습니다.
So funny knowing how this is gonna play out.
어이, 그게 끝이야?
끝입니다.
Nice. Short and sweet. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had the displeasure of sitting through. It's too short to even say there was any displeasure, right? Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sode.
소드 씨, 자세한 설명을 부탁드려도 될까요?
육하 원칙의 중요도를 교육할 필요성이 느껴지는 발언이었다.
Five W's and one H. Who, what, where, when, why, and how.
돌아가면 이야기할 게 많겠네요, 파일럿.
저 뭔가 잘못한 겁니까?
쉿, 파일럿이 조용히 있어. 그래야 조금이라도 덜 혼날 테니까.
Trigger quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. An unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sode's brows.
다음 중요 작전이 시작되기 전에 H사의 관계자를 찾아야 했어요. 당연히 사전 관측과인 저희가 투입되었고 그중 누군가와 접선에 성공했답니다.
아, 저희 가문의 사람인가요?
아니요. 사실 그쪽이 쉽지 않았던 터라 시간을 낭비하던 와중에 파일럿이 기존과 다른 접근 방식으로 확보한 인적 자원이에요. 그래서 칭찬도 많이 했는데... 협력자는 한때 가시 가문에서 일했지만 현재는 가문에서 나와 숙박 사업을 하고 있는 분입니다.
그렇다면 가문 내부의 정쟁에서 멀어졌겠군. 우리에게 달려드는 자들과 다르게 확실한 보조가 될 것이고.
네. 그럼에도 가문 사람들에게 호의적이라고 파일럿에게 보고받았죠.
가문을 나섰으나 받은 은혜가 있는데 어찌 그렇지 않겠소?
An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation, as though to continue Sode's explanations.
보옥도련님의 친구분들을 뵙습니다. 소인 경도라 합니다.
He was just standing there with son of a bitch. Just waiting to pop in at the right moment. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here?
폭언지뢰라고 한답니다. 저희에게 적의가 없음을 예를 갖추어 보여주는 거죠.
This never comes up again, does it?
기사들이 악수를 청하는 이유도 그와 같다고 했네. 과연 기사의 도를 가진 자로군.
과연 도련님의 일행분들이 어떤 분이실까 걱정했는데 서부의 지식에 능통한 분들이었군요. 소인의 미천한 지식에 자그마한 물기를 터주시니 감복할 따름입니다.
What grand generosity it is to open a jar, the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Alright. Dante's me. Something feels familiar about this.
아니야. 요새는 좀 더 간결한 방식이지. 저 사람은 너무 말이 화려하잖아. 그치?
That fight is still annoying. You hate when they keep countering and gain haste. I can't remember. I don't think I had any issues with that fight the first time around. But there's like 2 of them, isn't there? I think the second one gave me a little bit of trouble. That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much.
두 분 대체 무슨 말씀을 하시는 건가요? 시계가 똑딱이는 소리만으로도 소통한다니 소인 이미 알고 있는 사실이었으나 일이 눈앞에서 보니 참으로 신통방통하군요. 짧은 여로지만 심심할 일은 없을 것 같소이다.
뭔가 매기는 맛이 있는 건 좀 비슷하달까?
설마 지금 내 이야기를 하는 거냐, 니놈은?
You dare? Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? You know, that's actually a pretty common, like, military thing. Like, it's something that runs in military families, I've noticed. Hoda shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me.
비슷하다니. 오해십니다, 관리자님. 저는 저런 미사일고만 가득한 쓸개 빠진 칭찬을 한 적이 단 한 번도.
자세한 안내는 그쪽에서 해주실 거예요. 그럼 저희는
Sod fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgil, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us.
드디어 만나 뵙게 되네요. 붉은 시선님. 그렇게나 뵙고 싶었는데. 에피도
Oh yeah, Sod mentions that in... Was it Canto 2? It was either 2 or 3.
과장님.
It's good since most of the fights are auto-win anyway. You know, I agree with that. I like when the fights actually have some bite to them, you know? Virgil seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Also, at least in this game, when you lose a fight, you don't actually lose anything besides time. Wait, hold on. Time is the most valuable thing we have.
소드 과장. 이렇게 오래 잡혀 있을 이유는 없지 않나. 그쪽의 일을 돕는 것도 개의치 않는 일인데 빨리 치우고 싶을 뿐이다만.
She still loses one piece of energy? Oh yeah.
감격스러운 첫 협업인데 시간을 조금만 더 써주시죠.
일을 돕는다고? 길잡이 양반이?
What? He's always doing stuff.
네.
Probably.
아쉽게도 이번엔 여러분이 아니라 붉은 시선께서 LCC의 업무를 저희와 함께 처리하기로 예정되어서요.
내 피 타고 다녀올 거야. 부릉부릉.
아쉬운 게 아닌가? 생각해보면 여러분과 함께했던 임무는 항상 고생길이었던 것 같기도...
그때는 말이야.
언제나 그랬듯 농담이랍니다. 기회가 있으면 또 함께 일하겠죠.
과장님, 저희 이제 시간이 간당간당합니다.
아니, 가기 전에 설명이 한 번쯤 필요하지 않나요? 베르길리우스 씨.
자세한 건 파우스트 씨에게 맡기지. 바빠.
그렇게 하죠.
Virgil turned around and leapt toward Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Oh yeah, it's because he... Isn't it like paperwork? Because he jumped in to help us?
또 언젠가 봐요.
And LCA is finally getting their due.
다음에는 저도 한 사람 몫을 한다는 걸 보여드릴 겁니다. 저번에는 너무 볼썽사나웠어서.
파일럿, 그런 건 말보다 행동으로 보여주는 게 더 멋진 법이랍니다.
Student Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgil. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again, let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this an awkward farewell.
그럼 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who is responsible for the quality of our stay. No, King Tao seems trustworthy. Not a betrayer at all. Also, don't I have the... Oh, I do have Ricardo.
내리는 건 취향이 아니다만.
Out of the way, Dante.
큰누님의 부탁을 받고
We're getting luscious today.
충전. 전투 준비 완료.
Oh, that was creepy. Why did that remind me of Squid Games? Of that green light, red light.
이쪽으로 가는 게 맞나요? 아까부터 이상한 노래도 들리고. 가도에는 도련님을 노리는 자가 지천이니 아무래도 평범한 길로 다닐 수는 없는 법이죠.
And like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling. I guess that's what we needed at this moment. Yeah, that'd be creepy as hell.
그리고 저건 뒷골목에선 몇 개월 전부터 돌고 있는 노래입니다.
유명한 노래치곤 가사가 좀 으스스한데.
I'd argue that most popular songs are pretty ominous.
어느 날부터인가 사람들이 하나둘 부르기 시작했는데 멸문한 공가에서 여기서 말하긴 자리가 좋지 않군요. 기회가 되면 말씀드리리다.
Moses ID would be hilarious. Who do you think would get a Moses ID? Faust? Oh, Gregor. Because they both lost an arm.
그런 노래도 있었군요.
홍루 씨도 처음 들어보는 노래인가요?
귀하게 자란 도련님이면 뒷골목은 처음 와봤을 테니까 이런 노래도 처음인 거겠지.
뒷골목에 처음 와본 건 아니지만 히스클리프 씨의 말도 틀린 건 아니에요.
Oh, Moses and Gregor were both in the Smoke War too. That's another parallel. Gregor smokes a cigarette. I'm sure a pipe isn't that much different.
저는 대부분의 시간을 제 방에서 보냈으니까요.
그건 도련님께서 그만큼 귀한 분이시기 때문이지 않습니까?
Cardicliffe just stopped Ricardo's total extermination from hitting the team? Wait, how?
가장 비싸고 반짝이는 옥을 본체 가장 깊은 곳, 아무도 닿지 않는 곳에 숨겨두는 것처럼 말이지요.
내가 저 정도라고?
It's weird looking in a flesh mirror.
최근에는 덜하긴 했어.
Gregor Moses and Radia Ezra. Oh, I like that. Oh yeah, because Ezra's a snacker too. Well, so is Vespa. That was pretty funny during Twining Threads. So that guy used to work for the G family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu?
네? 도련님? 어찌 얼굴을 그리 살피시는지?
Honglu stopped himself as though he thought flashed in his head, and glanced quietly in my direction. Then,
아무것도 아니에요. 저희는 계속 이쪽으로 걸으면 될까요?
그러합니다. 소인 이 근방의 지리에는 달통하니 걱정치 마시게.
Honglu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from King Tao. Should we be suspicious of something?
조심해서 나쁠 건 없겠죠. 협력자라고 하지만 임시니까요.
파일럿이라는 놈이 말하는 꼴을 봐선 충분히 의심해야 할 필요는 있겠지.
Just noticed approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So what was that about back there with Virgil? Something about him going off to help them out?
워더링 하이츠에서 있었던 일의 후속 조치입니다.
Yup.
사측과 계약했던 중대한 사항을 위반했으니 그에 대한 책임을 지는 중이라고 보시면 되겠군요.
I think back to the incident at the manor. Feels like such a long time ago now. Yeah, one of the highlights of Limbus, this scene, him popping out. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle.
뭐? 그때 그 일 때문에 그 인간이 끌려가는 거라고?
귀빈분들께서 무슨 일이라도 있으신지?
아무것도 아니에요. 그치, 루슈?
목주 덜 떨어진 것.
메르소, 우리 히스가 좀 피곤한 것 같은데 받아줄 수 있지?
문제없다.
For Heathcliff. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword, fell forward right into Mersault's welcoming shoulder. Radia?
나는 비밀 이야기하는데 눈치 없이 목소리 커지는 사람은 싫더라. 단테도 그렇지?
Yup. I nodded enthusiastically as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but yeah, there's no point in risking it, is there?
이번 일은 로자 씨와 류슈 씨의 판단이 옳습니다. 부회자에게 회사의 기밀한 건을 들리게 할 수는 없으니까요.
생각해보면 예전에 버스에서도 손 안 들고 질문해서 꽤 오래
You got to
기절했었죠.
that fight, bless you.
어째 눈치가 늘지를
I believe in
않네요.
you. Just use counter.
살상을 벌인 것도 아니니 괜찮은 보안 정책이라고 생각한다.
나 잘했지?
I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. Oh yeah, because they don't remember what he went through.
별일이 아니라면 다행입니다만 송구스럽게도 곧 별일이 벌어질 것 같아 걱정이기도 합니다.
Stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands.
이쪽으로 가면 습격은 없다면서.
꽤 많은 습격은 피했으리라 생각합니다만 몇몇 눈치 빠른 자들이 꼬리를 밟은 건 통탄스럽지만 어쩔 수 없겠죠.
젠장, 그걸 방지하는 게 니놈의 협력을 구한 이유 아니었나?
잘잘못은 조금 있다가 따지죠. 우선 빠짐없이 쓰러뜨리는 게 우선일 것 같아요.
우리가 여기 있다는 사실 저들이 외부에 퍼뜨리지 않게 해야 한다.
맞아. 근데 말이야, 경도 씨. 지금 슬금슬금 어디 가는 거야?
소인이 전투에는 영 소질이 없어 잠시 뒤로 물러나려 합니다. 그래도 도련님과 귀빈분들이 강하시니.
This might be one of the smartest characters in the game. King Tai was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies?
네. 하지만 계절 샤프트를 거치지 않아도 저들과 협상의 여지가 없다는 건 알 것 같군요.
옵니다.
Result, wake Heathcliff up and set him down.
알겠습니다.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는
It's so luscious, so soft.
최상이군.
Alright.
푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는
Envy time.
일이었지.
차 부숴줄 테다.
거창을 새겨주지. 나 참 주먹질만 한다고 용사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지.
That's really funny that Ricardo says that when Ricardo Cliff uses his skill 3.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말해주고 싶다.
차 부숴줄 테다.
So has anyone done the calculation? How quickly can you get to Ricardo Cliff's enhanced skill 3?
이번에는 제대로 들어갔군.
저리 꺼져.
Man, the weight to his attacks is amazing.
한결 낫네요.
얼마만큼은
웃기는
못하지만 나도
끝나고 나서
So the fastest way is to just straight up get killed with his skill 3, right?
푹신푹신해 보이지?
You have to get 15 plus. And the best way to do that is to get kills with his skill 3. So is he not good with boss fights? And then combat start, gain 1 vengeance tattoo for every envy resonance max 7. And that's pretty easy to do with this team. We can do 7 like every time. So that would mean at least 3 turns. Unless you actually manage to kill somebody with his skill 3.
차 부숴줄 테다. 의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
Oh, that it's like you just threw him into the wall.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
그래. 딱 반쯤
의식
죽여버려.
불명.
13줄 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이
한 번은 죽어야 한다고.
이거 분강 맞지? 야!
Man, I bet doing facades for this idea is gonna be really funny too.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴.
Alright, one more turn.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
7 enemies, so a couple of these can die.
차 부숴줄 테다. 거창을 새겨주지. 저리 꺼져.
Alright, we're at 20.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드렸나?
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무.
The music change.
저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
Oh, the glasses are on.
어때? 푹신푹신해 보이지?
Alright, you know what time it is. complete and total extermination. Oh, it gets louder.
장안. 사냥이다.
Hell yeah.
건강 맞지? 필살. 바이올렛.
And it lasts for the entire turn.
좋아.
일어나. 아직 11번을
한
죽어야
놈의
한다고.
죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 넘.
Did it just do like a slight zoom in on him to turn the music
나머지
off?
녀석들도 쳐야 한다.
That's funny.
얼려라지.
털만한 것들.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
당장 덤벼드는 자들은 이것으로 마무리된 것 같다.
So we just need 2 more middle IDs to have a full team of 7. Wonder who our 7th is gonna be. A collaborator who'd been hiding far from the battle quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended.
도련님, 몸은 괜찮으십니까?
We get it with Thias.
그럼요. 말짱하답니다.
과연 귀빈분들도 뛰어나신 무공을 지니고 계시지만 그 중에서도 도련님의 거동이 가장 빛나셨습니다. 소인 감탄을 금치 못했습니다. 도련님께서 이렇게나 무예를 단련하셨을 줄이야.
가시 가문 사람들은 어릴 적부터 어마어마한 훈련을 한다면서요.
그야 가문을 떠나신 이후로는 수련하지 않으셨을 수 있다고 생각했으니.
그런데 저희가 여기 있는 건 어떻게 알아차린 걸까요?
아, 그건 말입니다만 아무래도 뒤를 밟힌 게 아닌 것 같습니다. 본래 이 뒷골목에 털을 잡은 이들이 도련님의 조난을 알아채고 덤벼든 것이 아닐까 하는 생각이 듭니다.
제 얼굴이 그렇게까지 잘 알려져 있진 않을 것 같은데요.
You know, we're almost out of BokGaks to do, aren't we?
가주 선발의 기일이 얼마 남지 않은 지금 가문 어르신들의 사랑을 한 몸에 받는 도련님의 얼굴을 모르는 이가 이 홍원 바닥에 있을 리가 없지 않습니까?
What do we have left? Spring cultivation, twining threads. I guess the railways too, which is going to be amazing. The best one. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Zichun say something about heirs back then?
다들 잘못 짚으셨네요. 저는 어르신들이 원하는 귀한 것은 하나도 가지고 오지 않았거든요.
You think Project Moon would do BokGaks of like the Kantos? Kanto 1 BokGak?
도련님은 역시 여전히?
Dude, imagine that. We get another Yuri ID?
저는 그런 것에 도통 관심이 없어서요. 다른 형제 자매들이 저보다 훨씬 가주에 걸맞기도 하고요.
그럴 수가. 아니, 그것은 참으로 다행이군요.
다행인 것이요?
아, 그야 가주 선발에 참가하는 건 상당히 위험한 일이니 아무래도 참가하지 않으시는 편이 마음이 놓이지 않겠소이까?
I guess that could be a relief. Sort of.
하나 처리했으니 이제 당분간은 괜찮겠지?
Was it ever explained why is Gregor so out of breath?
불안하게 그런 말은 왜 하는 거야? 그래?
You don't think him ever finished Radia's Kanto? I think that he did that on purpose. I hope.
요슈 씨까지 웃으니까 뭔가 불안한데요.
걱정 마시지요. 더 으슥한 길로 갈 테니 도착 전까진 편히 갈 수 있을 것이다.
여전히 이해가 안 가는군. 이렇게 습격받기 좋은 곳이 오히려 적이 없는 곳이라고?
공원의 구조라는 것이 다른 지역과는 사뭇 다르기에.
우선은 따르지.
We shut her eyes for a moment, out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael.
어이, 이스마일. 분명히 또 어딘가에서 이곳에 팜플렛을 손에 넣었겠지?
설마 하나 달라는 건가요?
You're gonna read.
그건 말고 질문할 이유가 있나?
To wait the Roach Emperor to awaken? No, that's what we don't want.
아니, 1년이 다 되게 말을 안 듣다가 이렇게 확
You wanna fight that thing
아무래도 좀
again?
놀라죠. 이제야.
Imagine how hellish that would be if he'd like fully metamorphosed.
쓸데없는 감상만 늘어놓을 거라면 내가 알아서 정보를 취하지.
아니, 여기 있어요.
Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its texts, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Old, when you turn 30, your lungs shrivel up.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰.
Special hair
험나서 그
coupons.
절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질 않았지.
It's
이제야
him.
발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어. 얘들아, 철수다.
Or
오늘은 이
Gregor.
형님이 쏜다.
Oh, you know what would be awesome? If whenever the Pinky Nurse Father reissue ID comes out, or whatever her capstone is, that it synergizes with Middle a little bit.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
Or at the very least, give her like an envy defensive skill, you know? We're on a desperate run. All the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies.
아이씨, 야, 이 앞으로는 편할 거라면서. 이게 뭔데?
도련님의 빛나는 얼굴을 알아버린 탓에
인적 없는 곳으로 들어온 거 아니었나요? 어째 입구보다 사람이 더 많은 것 같은데요?
But yeah, this update released 10 new extreme packs. Wait, what? No, it didn't. Did it? Additional updates for Mirror of Names and Spiders. An option to enter in an abnormality battle has been added to 2 pre-existing choice events. So for the shooter and then robot,
말씀드렸듯
you would
도련님의
never take the robot fight. That shit's way too long.
변명할 거면 좀 레퍼토리라도 다양하게
Or
하세요.
a hurdly robot.
습격한 자들의 소속이 모두 다른 것을 보아 이자가 마냥 거짓을 고하는 건 아닌 것 같습니다만.
Otis played with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated but unable to establish anything concrete.
어딘가에 소속되지도 않은 사람들이 가시 가문의 일원을 습격한다니.
Yeah, I don't see anything about extreme packs in that.
요즘 뒷골목 분들은 굉장히 과감해지셨네요. 예전에는 지나갈 때마다 엎드려 계셔서 얼굴 보기도 힘들었는데 다행이네요.
Yeah, and then I see there's a new theme pack for this BokGak specifically, which they do for
개뿔. 도대체
each
언제까지
of
가야 하는
them.
건데?
얼마 지나지 않아 객잔에 도착할 테니 괜찮소이다.
A guide. What the hell did I just say? Seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numb to all the violence that fast? Or
그러고 보니 아까부터 객잔 하는데 객잔이 뭔데?
did he know it was gonna happen?
일종의 숙박업소입니다.
숙박? 그럼 호텔? 꽤 좋은 곳이겠네? 막 워프 열차 때처럼 웰컴 푸드 같은 것도 주는 거 아니야?
그것까진 모르겠지만 객자는 보통 술이랑 음식도 같이 파는 것 같던데 식사는 할 수 있을지도 모르겠네요.
거기에서는 이렇게 덤벼드는 놈들은 없는 거야?
Oh, maybe Gregor is so out of breath because he smokes too much.
간의 불가침. 당연히 주거지 내부에서의 싸움은 홍원에서도 이 구역, 이 층계만의 금기이지요.
금기. 그나마 한시름 놓겠구려.
I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. But I guess I'll ask her about it later.
나 참 가주인지 당주인지
I didn't see anything about
선발할 거라면
new
그때는
extreme
치고받고
pack.
할 것이지.
그때가 되면 늦으니까요.
응? 늦는다고?
네. 가주 후보라면 모두 대단히 귀중한 걸 가져왔을 거예요. 자신이 가져온 게 제일 귀중하다고 믿는다면 좋겠지만
Oh, here it is. Oh shoot, you're right. 10 new Mirror Dungeon Extreme theme packs and 10 theme pack exclusive ego gifts will be added. This update introduces 6 new theme packs and 4 new theme packs where users can now challenge the hidden bosses who used to invade the Mirror of Immortality Extreme mode. No. Alright, I guess we'll do that
다른 후보가
tomorrow.
가져온 걸 빼앗는 거네요.
We'll do an
자기보다
extreme
더
run.
귀중한 걸 가져왔을 수도 있으니까요.
I missed that.
하는 김에 목숨도 빼앗아 두면 더 편하다고 생각하고 있을 테죠.
Do you even think an Envy Resonance team would be good for that?
아니, 당신네 가문은 항상 그런 논리로 굴러가는 거야?
다른 집안도 크게 다른 것 같진 않던걸요?
I'll set it up beforehand though. Like I'll try and do 10 floors off stream, and then we'll just do the 5 extreme floors on stream.
담소 중에 소인이 끼어드는 듯하여 송구스럽습니다만.
Oh, I saw this. 6 pre-existing ego gifts have been improved.
슬슬 걸음을 빨리 하지 않으면
I like seeing that.
곤란해지실 것 같습니다.
With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time.
바깥은 곧 밤이 올 것이기 때문에.
Hey, why are you smiling?
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힙니다. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼
Alright, here, I'm gonna let this clash go through, and I will be right back.
걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
집속불, 뇌파 충전.
나 참 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지. 장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힙니다. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 엄지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
재밌겠는데?
거창을 새겨주지.
이거 분강 맞지?
Alright, I'm back.
아닌 것 같긴 한데. 아무튼 슬램!
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
그만큼은 못하지만
13조 이하에 맞추면
뵐수
그게
있거든?
제격이지.
그래,
이거
내가
분강
왔다.
맞지?
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
이거 분강 맞지?
필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
효율적으로.
거창을 새겨주지. 그래,
의식
이 정도
불명.
이벤트는 보여줘야지.
좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고.
This skill 2 animation's a little weird. How do you kick through somebody?
재밌겠는데? 이거 분강 맞지?
Hey man, I'm looking at the middle's clash power though, and I'm a little scared of doing an extreme run with them.
필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
나가봐라.
Oh, we can exterminate next round or turn.
조용히. 얼얼하지?
Relevant Envigus? Yeah, but you just die in one turn anyways.
슬슬 지루하니까
I don't know that those help at
빨리
all.
끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Do you think the music comes from his glasses? Yeah, that's actually pretty badass technology, if true. 38.
거창을 새겨주지.
Oh wait, that guy died to bleed, so we didn't even get the animation. I actually got robbed. Dude, that's so unlucky. Oh, but he kept it.
하품이다 나는.
Alright, round 2, you sons of guns.
그래 덕키와 장안 사냥이다.
Or I guess one son of a gun.
좋아. 장부에서 삭.
Damn, he extra wanted vengeance on that one.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
배가 봤습니다.
자, 도착했습니다.
That's a Zailu plus. That fight, you look so cool.
여긴가요?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to check to see if there's any unique voice lines with this ID and either the Canto 5 Ricardo or this Ricardo. Turning through alleyway after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled over it.
생각보다 허름한데? 당신네 도련님이 묻기엔 허접한 거 아니야?
그쪽은 다른 건물입니다. 귀빈 여러분들을 모실 장소는 바로 이것이지요.
역시 그렇지. 홍루한테 들은 게 있는데 적어도 호화... 응?
Followed King Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looked smaller than even Mephistopheles. Can we all even fit in there?
저기 저 건물은 당신네 도련님이 아니라 우리가 묻기에도 좀 허접하지 않아?
이곳은 제가 관리하는 객잔 중 가장 가까운 곳입니다만 뒷골목에 있다 보니 아무래도 부족함이 많습니다. 이것밖에 준비하지 못해 송구합니다, 도련님.
부족할
Oh,
때도
he
있는
sounds so
거죠.
sad.
그래도 하루 묵기엔 문제 없어 보이는걸요?
제정신인가요? 전부 들어갈 수 있는지도 확실하지 않는데.
중앙구역 본가에 있는 조금 더 좋은 장소에 귀빈분을 모시고 싶었지만
Time for sweepers? Nah, we got something else first.
아무래도 곧 그 시간이
청소의 물결을 말하는 건가?
Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there.
그러게요. 이 정도 시간이면 본가가 있다는 곳까지 갈 수 있지 않나요?
Is it ever stated why exactly it's 3:13? Because now, I guess I might have mentioned this before. I don't remember. What if 3:13 actually means something in sweeper language specifically?
H사 관광 안내 책자에 따르면 여기서 중앙구역까지는 1시간이면 갈 수 있다고.
귀빈께서는 8구에 걸음한 적이 있소이까?
아니요. 직접 와보는 건 이번이 처음이죠. 하지만
헌데 직접 겪지도 않은 이곳의 사정을 어찌 책자 하나로 논할 수 있는지 헤아릴 수 없을 정도로 빽빽하고 무성한 건물들의 수, 주기적으로 이동하는 건물로 인해 시시각각 바뀌는 길, 거기에 이지를 잃은 뒷골목 조직이나 사무소의 무차별적인 습격까지. 이곳의 현상을 쉬이 예측하려 드는 건 단명을 재촉합니다. 이는 삼척동자도 다 아는 일일 테죠. 식견의 짧음에 소인은 통탄을 금하지 못하겠습니다.
Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake?
조용히 하세요, 단테.
Yeah, what the hell was that, Dante?
하지만 책자에 적혀 있다는 건 이론상 가능하다는 말이지 않나?
Don't throw shade at Ishmael. But just suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about.
길 안내조차 제대로 하지 못한 네 녀석과 다르게 관리자님께서 우리를 이끈다면 밤이 찾아오기 전에 도달할 수 있다고 생각된다만.
Me?
아무래도 합의된 적 없는 생각 같소만.
좋소. 기탄 없이 말씀드리리다. 소인의 본부는 도련님과 귀빈분들을 중앙구역까지 안내하는 것, 도련님을 안전히 보필하는 것이 제가 받은 소명입니다. 무리해서 돌파한다면 가능하죠. 뒷골목에 밤이 찾아오기 전에 본가로 가는 것이 불가능한 것은 아닐 겁니다. 하지만 그 과정에서 도련님께 위험이 발생할 수 있다면 어불성설. 소인이 맡은 임무의 목표는 도련님을 빠르게 안내하는 것이 아닌 안전하게 안내하는 것 아니겠습니까? 무릇 계획은 목표를 중요시해야 합니다. 도련님의 안전을 위협하는 무레배들의 습격이 언제까지 계속될지 알 수 없는 지금, 더 길을 나아가는 것은 본말 전부라 판단했습니다.
Oh, the journey over the destination. One of my favorite lines.
아니, 이 녀석!
Are they about to make out?
감탄스럽군. 계획의 일부가 된 자로서 갖춰야 할 요소를 모두 지키고 있나. 보필할 자를 진정 위한다면 역시 그런 태도가 옳지.
거기서 동조해버리면 어쩌자는 건가요?
Yeah, I bet there's probably been fanfic of these two.
내가 오해가 깊었군. 아까는 자네의 몇몇 언질에 대해 저것들이 나와 비슷하단 말하는 것에 처음엔 부하가 치밀었지만 자네는 그저 충정을 다할 뿐이었군.
이 충정을 이해해주는 분이 있을 줄은 몰랐소이다. 도련님께서도 친누를 고르는 눈이 훌륭히 성장한 것 같아 소인은 안심했습니다.
이 친구 참!
Dude, what? They're like the same person.
그새 놈에서 친구가 됐구만.
Oh yeah, even Gregor's picking it up.
조금 감정이 과해졌군. 아무튼 이자의 말대로 더 나아갔을 때 습격이 있을 가능성이 높은 건 사실이지.
She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? Then I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. Her gazes locked. She nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything? Dude, Dante, that's what they call love? They're in love now.
이 호텔도 야외 막사보다는 훨씬 나은 환경으로 보이니 여기서 피로를 해소한 뒤 다시 움직이는 게 올바른 판단 같군.
반대한 건 오티스 양이지 않았는가?
뭐 됐어요. 다들 이해한 것 같으니까 일단 들어가죠.
넓은 도량으로 이해해 주신다 하니 소인은 감복할 지경이지요.
For all that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear a decision as he brought his fist and palm together.
현대의 건축물은 외관으로만 판단할 수 없으니 안으로 들어가면 또 다를 수 있어. 괴념치 마시게나.
True. You'd like to see a flashback of when Rien wasn't a Hermes puppet? Oh, what if he always was? Like, even as a child? He's being turned into Roland? Oh, like, imagine that. What if Rien was also raised by, like, a grandmother? Dude. Project Moon could get real funny with that. Radia surrendered. Wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building.
오, 진짠데? 아는 생각보다 멀끔해.
They kiss each other pretending they're Chi, Hua, and Dante.
꽤 고풍스러운 멋도 있구려.
Roleplay?
벽마다 그려진 이 산수화들이 제법 운치 있어.
It is much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? Zichun pre-cultivation sucked. You're gonna crash out if she keeps feeding the sweeper's sanity. I think that's what she did before too.
단순히 적층된 주변 건물 탓에 좁아 보였던 것 같군요.
You know, Zichun is not great at help.
자, 문을 열어두었습니다. 편히 대화 나누실 수 있도록 소인은 옆에 있는 작은 집에서 머물고 있겠습니다.
The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Honglu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. But there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, and a howling, destructive gale. You suspect something, Honglu? So I decided to ask.
아직은 없는 것 같아요.
Huh? Not yet?
아무리 오빠라도 수상하다는 생각은 들었나 봐.
Zichun. That's when we caught a familiar voice.
와, 시춘. 벌써 이렇게 만났네?
말했잖아. 금방 다시 볼 것 같다고.
평안하셨습니까, 도련님?
웨이 씨도 평안해 보여서 다행이에요. 그럼 시춘도 여기서 묵는 거야?
원래라면 이런 곳에는 발도 들이밀지 않겠지만 본가로 돌아가는 길의 입구에 무슨 커다란 공사가 일어나서 뒷골목을 통해 올 수밖에 없었거든.
But we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site.
자네들!
Zichun, run! Get out of here! The confident look on Zichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm.
저 여자도 다시 기억을 잃고 합류한 거야?
아니, 돈키호테 씨는 언제나 그대로인걸?
Well,
하지만 저런 얼빠진 모습은
hey!
시춘 군 우리 저기 휴게실이라도 가서 잠시 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도.
그렇네. 잠깐만.
Zichun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her.
그렇게 할까? 나쁘지 않네. 웨이, 나는 이자와 잠깐 이야기라도 나눌 테니 묵을 방을 좀 골라보고 있어봐.
Here's something as the kids say. Oh yeah, people are going crazy over this scene.
왜? 그간 못 나눴던 이야기라도 하자며?
그것이 관리자 나리!
Wait, Don, this is what you wanted.
인재 유출은 커다란 귀책 사유가 될 수 있습니다. 단테.
I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Boy, is that Faust's attempt at a joke?
시춘이 돈키호테 씨가 마음에 들었나 보네요. 저런 장난도 치고.
돈키호테 씨가 아니라 그때 봤던 돈키호테 씨의 힘이 마음에 든 거겠죠.
아가씨, 이러시면...
알았어. 나중에 할게. 자, 간다고.
Zichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰! 혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질 않았지.
Suspicion?
이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어. 얘들아, 철수다. 오늘은 이 형님이 쏜다.
Zylu getting power crept hard? Yeah, I don't remember the Zylu fight being all that bad. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair?
이건 이상해요.
Ideal.
불렀어.
Oh, hold on.
그 농담 오랜만이네.
부른 건 아니지만 아니 아무튼 지금 아무도 이상한 걸 모르겠어요?
그래. 마침 잘 말했어. 나도 나만 이상하게 느끼는 건가 싶어 말을 안 했거든.
The minus 20% damage from Heathcliff can be this good. Middle units barely take damage from sweepers. The only thing is, the minus 20% damage does get, like, outdone by, like, mirror dungeon runs, you know? I think once you get into floor 11 or 12, like, man, you probably just get killed in one hit.
로자 씨.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
그래서 뭐가 이상하다는 건데?
그야 당연히.
The table.
웰컴 코드가 너무 적잖아. 어라? 그러고 보니 저런 게 왜 여기에 있지?
Yeah, what the heck?
색이 밝은 것이 꽤 귀엽구려.
안은 좀 어떤... 아니, 뭔가요? 저 흉측한 탁자는?
A kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. I like this table being a cognito hazard. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet.
걸을 때마다 신발에 검은 것이 묻어나고 있다.
What do you mean the purpose of a table is kind of apparent, isn't it?
바닥만이 아니군요. 벽에도 만질 때마다 검은 무언가가 묻어나오고 있네요.
Right? Like table, you set stuff on it.
거기에 벽이 묘하게 찰랑이고 있어. 도대체 무엇으로 만든 벽인지.
뭐 어지간히 관리를 안 한 거겠지.
그렇다기엔 또 꽤 정갈하단 말이지. 내가 개차반인 데를 하도 돌아다녀서 진짜 사람 손이 안 닿은 거랑 구분은 꽤 잘하거든.
There's no seats next to the table. Well, that's one of the tables that's low to the ground where you're supposed to like kneel or like sit cross-legged at.
그래도 방마다 침상은 하나씩 있는 것으로 보입니다, 관리자님. 부족하지만 휴식은 취할 수 있겠군요.
Which though, to that case, I would ask, where are the cushions? Because you should not be, you know, putting all that pressure on your knees. Zichun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression.
성의가 없어도 너무 없어서 기가 차네.
Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. No.
아, 우리가 뭐 수상쩍은 거 한두 번 당하냐?
Fellows then? Yeah. No, I agree with that. Maybe you could just rip them off the seats that are there. Use those.
아유, 뭐 아까 그 양반 수상한 건 지나가는 애도 할 정도니까. 아유.
Why? Gregor sounds so fucked up.
아유, 뭐 아까 그 양반 수상한 건 지나가는 애도 할 정도니까. 아유.
Dude, what is wrong with Gregor? Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, vociferously expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads.
그렇다면
You've reached 40.
휴식을 선언해도 좋을 것 같네요.
Huh, I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners.
네, 감사합니다. 지금부터 변동 가능성을 가진 최대 12시간의 수면 및 휴식을 시작합니다. 좋은 밤 되시길.
As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Wait, it's like the only nice thing in here. Besides like the wall paintings. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis?
예, 관리자님. 아까 그 경도라는 자 말입니다.
Oh, she's gonna say she's in love. Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seems like you guys were getting along pretty well.
예? 그런 게 아닙니다. 제가 신호도 보내지 않았습니까?
What signal? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction?
예. 그자는 이리저리 의혹을 꺼내 들어봐야 이곳의 지리를 이용해서 우리를 기만하기 쉬운 자였습니다. 차라리 기회를 봐 그런 식으로 친화를 포장하고 의도대로 어울려주는 것이 정보가 모자란 저희가 취할 수 있는 가장 안전한.
Uh-huh. I think this is one of those what is it? Thou doth protest too much. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over.
제 경력이 몇 년인데 어찌 그런 티가 풀풀 나는 첩자에게. 아닙니다.
Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand.
그자가 언제까지 저희와 함께할지는 모르겠지만 홍무, 가복을 제거하기 위해 처음부터 LCCB에 접근했다고 보는 것이 제일 합당한 추측 같습니다. 파일럿, 그 어수룩한 초보의 모습을 보면 그 근거로서 채택할 만하죠.
That's also true.
파우스트 측에서도 전달할 말이 있습니다.
Let's join the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time.
알려진 금기를 전부 확인해봤지만 간의 불가침이라는 금기를 찾을 수는 없었습니다.
And that also has to be...
거짓으로 예단하긴 이릅니다. 이 홍원이라는 곳은 구역에 따라 금기가 바뀌는 경우도 있는 것 같으니.
하지만 여러 정황상 진실의 확률이 희박한 것도 사실일 것입니다.
부정하진 않겠습니다.
그렇다면 저희는 이미 계획 속에 들어와 있을 것입니다. 아마 계속되었던 습격도 약속된 게릴라일 가능성이 높고 지금도 함정 안에 들어앉아 있을 수도 있을 것입니다. 저희 모두가 이 뒷골목에 대한 정보가 많진 않으니.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what the mouse sound like.
하지만 저쪽도 저희의 전력을 너무 허접하게 분석했을 것입니다. 그러니 그런 잡배들을 수배해서 습격했을 것이고 서로 정보가 부족한 상태입니다. 경계를 늦추지만 않으면 이 상황을 파괴할 수 있을 것입니다, 관리자님.
Voice acting for ... No, they actually talk. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust.
다음엔 전부 신뢰가 될 수 있으면 좋겠군요.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about King Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. Well, that's not how you get fruit at all. Witnessing. I realized that Honglu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Honglu outside. I ran into Zichun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door.
밤이 꽤 늦었어. 호의도 없이 어딜 가려는 거야?
Oh, just looking for Honglu.
생각해보니까 째깍대는 걸 내가 알아들을 수가 없구나.
Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Hubert. Dongrang Ahab. But did Dante ever even try to talk to Ahab? I don't even remember. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting as it seems as though they don't recognize me as a human, or rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. Yeah, Hubert did that. The other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgil falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Zichun, he saw through me with that short exchange.
그러니까 새벽 공기를 마시고 싶은 거야? 그 의체 보기와 다르게 호흡기는 남아 있는 거고?
Oh yeah, I remember this. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Honglu because I haven't seen him in a while.
고개를 젓는 걸 보면 아니라는 거네. 그럼 배가 고픈 거야?
She's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help.
아가씨, 통역이 가능한 일을 데려오거나 깨우는 게
중대한 사안이었으면 이자가 먼저 그랬겠지. 그것보다 처음 물어봤을 때 했던 그 손동작은 뭐지? 이렇게 손가락을 볼쯤에 가져다 대는 동작.
Index fingers. Well, Honglu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him.
귀엽다나 예쁘다를 표현하고 싶은 것은 아닐지.
What? I love this. No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it?
뭔가 째깍대는 게 격렬해졌는데? 아무래도 그건가 봐.
This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error,
오빠를 찾고 있는 거였구나.
it took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say.
뭐, 이 시간에 안 자고 있으면 뻔하지. 뒤쪽 휴게실에 가면 있을걸? 멀리는커녕 더 가지도 않았을 거야. 뭘 말하려고 그렇게 용쓰나 했더니.
Jichun was, strangely enough, disappointed and dispirited by my reply. Man, she's really going through a roller coaster of emotions, huh?
나도 너한테 말할 게 있긴 했는데. 됐어. 초침 기분이야. 다음에 말하자.
On the super fight now, no one staggered thanks to Heathcliff passive being crack. It seems pretty strong for story fights. I was curious, but it'd also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance. And found Honglu, gazing at the hazy scene out of the opaque window. What are you doing here?
잠시 사람들을 보고 있었어요.
There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Honglu seemed to sense what I was thinking and began.
제가 걱정되시나요, 단테님?
Well, yeah, it's your turn, Honglu.
그렇네요. H사에 돌아왔고 가주 선발 이야기가 잦아지는 걸 보면요. 하지만 저를 신경 쓸 필요는 없어요. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니에 아무것도 소망하지 않았거든요.
Really?
이상 씨처럼 본심을 숨기고 말하는 게 아니에요.
Oof.
날개를 되찾아 주겠다던가 하는
Seems like a bit of shade.
그런 멋진 약속을 저는 듣지 못했거든요. 그저 새로운 경험이 될 거라 생각해서 왔을 뿐이에요.
Probably not meant that way. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core, even if you didn't wish for anything. Going through something like that could...
아마도 그렇겠죠? 하지만 그래도 괜찮답니다. 누군가의 뜻에 따라 움직이는 건 익숙하거든요. 무슨 일이 일어나도 저는 아마 다른 분들처럼 하진 못할 거예요. 원래 그랬거든요. 제게 뭔가 일어나든 주변에서 일어나든 그저 저는
Man, knowing what we know about Kanto 8, this line kinda hurts, because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or to those around me. Loud, boisterous bellows suddenly cut Honglu off even before he could finish his sentence.
아이, 좀 놔봐. 저 자식이 또 열받는 소리를 하잖아.
Hair coupon! And he used it too!
목소리 낮춰.
What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view.
역시 이 자식이랑 같이 오는 게 아니었어. 그 잠깐을 못 참고 튀어나가서.
How long have you two been?
야, 처음부터지. 처음에는 좀 괜찮게 말하나 싶더니만 뭐? 누군가의 뜻대로 움직이는 건 익숙해?
아, 히스클리프 씨의 심기를 거스를 생각은 없었답니다. 사실을 이야기한 것뿐이에요.
아, 뒷골 당겨. 아니, 벌레 아저씨. 내가 저 말본새를 보고도 참아야 해?
Oh, don't call him Buggy, man.
벌레 아저씨라는 호칭을 내가 인내하는 만큼은 좀 참아야 하지 않을까?
Man, poor Gregor. Oh, no wonder Heathcliff is the one that ended up seeing what he saw.
아니, 그게 그런 뜻이 아니고.
이제 좀 조용해졌네. 아무튼 여태는 건 미안해. 대신 그 좋은 거 하나 알려줄 테니 좀 봐주면 안 될까?
What? Is Gregor sick? That's like the only thing I can think of. What's the secret? Like what was right before this intervalo? It's just the checkup box or the checkup intervalo, right? He wasn't talking like this then. Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as they stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion.
관리자 양반, 저쪽 기둥 뒤에 누가 숨어 있는지 알아?
With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar.
이거 배신이에요, 그레고르 씨.
Wow.
재미없는 대화라 안 그래도 들어가 보려고 하셨대요. 이게 아닌가요?
That face.
둘은 아직 말하지 않았는데 된 건가?
Lucia looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an that was disgusting noise. Uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Radia and Otis crashing down after it.
와, 제 이야기를 들으러 오신 분이 생각보다 많았군요.
They're in your walls, man. They're always listening.
관리자님, 저는 단지 방에서 나가시는 모습이 우려되어 호의하고자 따라 나왔을 뿐 사사로운 욕심으로 엿들은 저체들과는 다릅니다.
나는 그냥 심심해서.
That's fair.
그럼 마저 대화할까요? 단테님?
Greg's like the funny uncle. He's not even doing it on purpose. Everyone back to your rooms now. You're all grounded. Ooh, Heishao pack. Oh, wait, where am I for rewards? Ooh, we can sweep. District 8 sweepers. Ah, yes, I see.
청소를 시작할 시간입니다. 요즘과는 공문의 골목이 애수선하다지만 이웃분들과 함께하면 헤쳐나갈 수 있을 겁니다. 오늘 청소도 무사히 끝났으면 좋겠습니다.
Oh, cool. District 8 sweepers interpreted. And then just announcers. So you can just have like computer ASMR, huh? No, what do you mean I can't use my middle team? Alright, well.
강습 준비 완료.
I've been robbed. Oh, and I forgot to equip it. Oops. After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own.
정말 괜찮으시겠습니까? 관리자님?
Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway.
그야 그렇습니다만 이런 불분명한 곳에서 잠드는 일은 드문지라.
True.
어차피 바로 옆방이잖아요. 무슨 일 있으면 넘어오는데 5초도 안 걸릴 텐데요.
No way, you just looked up. Ricardo Heathcliff can deflect my hair coupon move on Canto 5 Ricardo even if Clash lose. Alright, we'll have to check that out.
만약의 상황에는 1초의 차이가.
자자, 보건 언니, 우린 나가자.
Oh yeah, Babushka means like grandma. Now the familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sat on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allowed my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep, like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. I've gotten somewhat used to this pain. It still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. For the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turned around to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. But who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. It's steel. It's shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remember how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice.
한심하게 얇은 칼이군. 그런 걸로 뭐 할 수 있겠나?
Cut in half. Risha leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryoshu! From the top rope.
좋은 구경거리가 생길 것 같아 숨어들었는데 이딴 날붙이나 쓰는 짐승을 만날 줄이야.
I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with viscous paint-like fluid just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu.
관리자님, 괜찮으십니까?
You know, in hindsight, you would think Ryoshi would be able to recognize paint, right? And it is peeking out from the gap.
천장에서 숨어 지켜볼 수 있다는 걸 알려준 건 이 오티스입니다. 기억해 주십시오.
Remember that?
헛소리 그만하고 빨리 도와라.
짐승이란 것 치고 애를 먹는군.
버스 타기 전이었으면 분명 칼날째로 상반신을 갈라냈을 텐데.
자네들은 입사와 동시에 모든 능력치가 하향되었다네. 하향 평준화지.
Suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. Had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it.
어이상실.
Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryoshi's neck.
흑수로군.
The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door.
지금 너희를 부리는 자는 누구지? 대화가 이루어질 리가 없나?
광부리 봉헌 성취기 중이야.
And there's the line. That's what they sound like. Very muffled.
광부리 봉헌 성취기 중이야.
The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. No way they speak.
왜? 정신 못 차려?
아가씨.
Tips for Dora. As soon as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Zichun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan.
저 시시껄렁한 주문을 다 읊게 할 셈이야? 조금만 더 있었으면 큐사의 그 부적이 작동할 뻔했다고.
죄송합니다. 아무래도 아직 그 주문의 영향을 받는 것 같습니다.
It's PTSD kicked in. You're like 90% sure that's just Xylu's VA. It was female.
넌 이제 흑수가 아니야. 내 측근이라고. 더 이상 저런 것에 휘둘릴 필요 없다는 걸 기억해.
예, 죄송합니다.
I fell limply to the bed with the sudden alleviation of stress and pressure.
당신 어차피 말이 안 통하잖아.
몸에 손을 대진 못했습니다. 그 전에 제가 막았으니.
알았어. 일단 한 놈뿐이었던 것 같으니까 불부터 켜고.
When the lights came on, we saw
이 자식 묘인 거야?
there was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid.
역시 건물 자체가 뭔가 이상하군요.
건물에 술을 썼다는 것까진 알고 있었지만
흑수가 어째서?
생각보다 뒷배가 있었다는 거겠지. 단지 가주 선발에 들떠서 우리에게 들러붙은 정도가 아니야.
Someone with real power, huh?
이해가 안 되는 건 왜 묘냐는 건데, 이 시계머리 목만 딸 생각이었으면 더 효율적인 흑수가. 목적이 그게 아닌 건가?
네, 흑수묘라면 분명 이자만 침투하지 않았을 것입니다. 흑수자 정도는 아니어도 때로 몰려다니는 것들이니.
If I remember correctly, Z-Branch is supposed to be the rats.
바라는 것은 아마 아가씨를 포함한 이 객잔 투숙객 전체의 몰살.
I feel like pretty much everybody has the same kind of issue that we got 3 Mao IDs when there are 12 different branches that we could have seen.
그렇다면 당장 둘러싸이지 않을 공간부터 확보해야 살아나갈 수 있겠네.
But I imagine there's like a lot of time constraints. Honey Bunny. I remember people getting really upset about that. I thought that just fits Laheng's character. Like, he's kind of a shithead, you know? Like, you're supposed to not like certain characters. Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again.
그대들. 감사는 나중에. 당장 안
To be frank, every branch so far has played the same. So I wouldn't say so much as in terms of gameplay, but like getting like different lore about the branches, you know.
본가에 있을 세력본대와 연락을 취하기엔 늦었어. 적은 인원으로 여길 살아서 벗어나가려면 알지?
받들겠습니다, 아가씨.
Numerical disadvantage? Run away. Zichun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red-faced and on edge. Ursult was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression.
그저 면목이 없습니다. 다른 소속의 이가 관리자님을 지키게 하다니.
No, I should have listened to what you said.
벽에 녹아내리는 형태로 파악하건대 모든 수감자에게 동일한 방식으로 침입한 것으로 보입니다.
Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too?
하나가 아니었네, 날이. 때로 덤볐지만 여럿의 습격이라 생각지 못할 정도로 고요했네. 하마터면
아이, 하마터면이 아니야. 오면서 슬쩍 봤는데 우리 애들도 좀 당했어. 나오다가 칼에 끼어 죽었다고.
Dude, I actually think he's sick. So what you said about how fighting indoors was a taboo.
네, 거짓일 테죠.
No, he's a liar. I hate liars.
암수 따위 정의롭지 못하지만 지금은 그런 걸 논할 때는 아니겠지.
그래, 맞다. 그리고 아직 저들은
That time was valid, to be
포기하지
frank.
않은 것 같군.
Was it though? Well, I mean, I guess his lungs are probably pitch black. He was in a smoke war. But you know, isn't it a little weird that people who are in the smoke war, like, still smoke? And there's like quite a few of them. Gregor, Moses, I think Valentina. I think maybe it was in that like anime deal. I think she's smoking a cigar. Ooh, mount
장부에
time.
적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Actually, we should take this damage off.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this fight when it came out, I think it actually got nerfed, didn't it? Oh yeah, like it used to be multiple waves. Hold on, let me check. I think it was that this was like waves of enemies. Now it's just one. Or is it the next one that has waves to it? I guess we'll find out.
13조 이항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
I have to go back and revisit my VOD of this Intervalo when it first came out, but I'm pretty sure this first fight wasn't so bad, but the second one was pretty rough.
웃기는 자식들. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고.
I also think there was something about them using, like, they would always use their skill 3 on the second turn. Holy shit. Calm down, dog.
중지의 안가품이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각했나? 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴
나
이유는
선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
That just made you remember that you saying smoke the Zaza on the old league. Yeah, how do you think he came up with the mirror technology?
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면 본인은 더
I
이상
remember when I first saw this, looking at Ricardo sprite.
외로울 일도 없을 테지.
You know, the thing about this is, it's like funny when you see it, but then when you actually get to the moment, you're like, ah, they kind of fucking spoiled that, didn't they? Which I am not a fan of.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신. 최상화. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이었지. 그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조
Hurt hard because the chance that they roll heads is rigged. You know, I feel like the chance of us rolling tails is what's actually rigged.
마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
행진의 꽃.
Felt way easier than the original event. Yeah, we've also got power creep on our side, which is always nice.
잘했다. 마무리까지 끝나면
Yeah,
너희
it was that there
안가품
used to be
장부에
more waves.
특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
Yep. It's coming back to me now.
처리하지.
기가 튀듯.
I mean, what would have been the strongest team when this Intervalo came out? Probably the Blood Fiends.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가. 아픔이다 나는. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게
처리하지.
Oh shit, he's getting bored. Running Blood Fiends right now, clueless. What?
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했네.
빈틈 투성이군.
Pretty good Blood Fiend team. Yeah, I think I said this last week. It's got to be really weird for new players. Like if they're watching people and they don't understand what facades are. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Ah, where'd Don Quixote go?
본인 여기 있네.
The Sink Fiends. Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside.
다른 수감자들 쪽엔 문제가 없었는지 확인하고 왔네. 그쪽도 습격받은 것 같더군. 대부분은 습격에 잘 대처했네. 곧 이쪽으로 복귀할 것 같네만.
당한 녀석도 있는 거야?
싱클레어 군과 이상군은 전투의 흔적은 있지만 당황해서였던 것인지 서로 다리가 엇갈려진 채로 최후를 맞이했다네.
No. That's a little embarrassing, huh?
볼성사납군.
그리고 히스클리프 군은
아니, 그 양반은 패싸움에 이골이 난 양반이잖아. 그런데도 당한 거야?
당하긴 누가 당했다고 그래?
Oh, he's fine. Heathcliff.
어?
왜 못 볼까 보는 표정이냐 넌?
그야 여기로 오기 전에 뒤통수에 칼을 맞는 히스클리프 군을 보고 온 참인데 그새 관리자 나리가 시계를 돌려준 것이요?
No, not yet anyway.
아이씨, 어쩐지 뒤통수가 간지러.
Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How do you even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole on his head?
관리자님, 다른
I
수감자들이
love that.
속속 모여들고 있습니다.
Do it again. He's fucking dead.
한심한 놈들이긴 하지만 전력은 보강할 수 있다면 보강하는 편이 낫다고 여겨집니다. 관리자님. 또한 아직 로비 쪽에 전투 소음이 있으니 빠르게 합류해보는 것이 좋을 것 같군요.
Gotcha. The talk turns as it always does. Sometime later.
와, 다들 거기 멈추시죠.
너
King Tao? can still see some people inside the lobby, which is also in the bizarre process of melting away. Zylu. Among them, I noticed Zichun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat.
벌써부터 공격적으로 나오네. 흑수를 부릴 정도의 사람이 이렇게 우리를 노린다니.
And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood...
안전을 확보하셨다 생각하여 뒤를 캐신 모양입니다만 이미 제 주인 되시는 분께서는 대처를 마친 뒤지요.
There stood King Tao, a supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who is threatening him with the sword.
네 놈의 계략이었나?
아, 당신입니까?
흉계가 있다는 건 알았지만 제법 성급하게 움직이더군.
Dang, they've really become star-crossed lovers so quick, huh?
눈치가 빠르셨군요. 소인에게 아주 마음을 놓은 줄 알았습니다만.
It's actually kind of tragic. Like a little bit of Romeo and Juliet, huh?
H사에서 살아남아 부귀 영화를 누리는 방법은 하나. 가주 후보자를 골라 섬겨 충의를 다하는 것. 하지만 곱게 자라기만 해 야망 같은 건 한 톨도 없는 보옥도련님을 누가 섬기겠습니까?
No hardship, huh?
이 똑바로 간수 안 해? 야, 너는 저딴 취급을 받는데 아무 말도 안 할 거야?
하지만 야망이 없는 건 사실인걸요?
너 자존심이란 게 없냐? 왜 이렇게 없는 게 많아?
그만. 좀 조용히 해봐. 뻔한 도발에 하나하나 대꾸해주지 말고. 웨이.
네 놈에게 흑수를 부릴 재주가 없다는 건 안다. 그러니 네 말대로 누굴 골라 섬겼는지 밝혀라.
됐다. 궁금하다지 않느냐?
Oh, here we go.
검을 거둬라, 차로.
The best character. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows.
도련님, 괜찮으신 겁니까?
됐어. 어차피 새벽 이슬에 쓸려나가 청소되어 버릴 것들.
Swept away.
본자의 모습을 본다 해서 달라질 것이라도 있겠는가?
The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Enter the goat.
어이가 없는데?
그렇군요. 당신은
본자의 명성을 아직 듣지 못한 무지렁이를 위해 친히 이름을 밝히겠네.
Ignoramuses.
사시, 이화. 유력한 가주 후보. 그렇게 소개함이 옳겠군.
한때 도시의 별에 올랐던 손가락의 간부라 해도
Alright, now we get to have fun.
시기를 놓쳐버린 퇴물일 뿐.
Yeah, man, the more I think about it, I hate that they put Ricardo's
여기는
sprite in here.
오젝트. 작전 목표 달성. 시체는 회수한 뒤 연구 부서에 인계하겠다.
What do you guys think? Okay, let's do like a thought experiment for a second. Oh, we can't do the fight. Ian Kef. So let's do a thought experiment, right? So imagine this sprite's not here. Okay. Do you think if we went into this fight that you would be more pissed off that Ricardo just shows up? Because that's the only thing I can think of for why they would spoil this. Where's my team? Because I really just that is the only thing I can think of for why they do that.
H사와 8구의 안내는 제게 맡.
대답하지.
형님과 누님들을 위해
120번 홍.
준비는 완료했습니다. 출발하자.
Like for the life of me, I just don't agree with it, man. It sucks. It sucks so much. No envy defense skills? Not on her either. Reindeer?
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다면.
Yeah, I should probably
자,
put in everybody I can, huh?
거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Just in case.
명을 받듭니다.
칠면조 다 식겠네. 유력?
Now for the fun. I love this fight.
그래, 흑수를 넘은 나는 정말로 유력한 후보지.
Most of the time, people don't see it because they go right to the fight. I don't believe that. It's like saying people don't have eyes. I don't know if you could play a visual novel type game and like not try to be observant of everything that's happening in front of you. I don't know.
불사의 강을 찾겠다고 쓸데없이 밖에서 시간을 쓰는 너와는 차별화되는 점이지 않겠나?
이건 뭐 어디서부터 딴지를 걸어야 하는 걸까?
Yeah, why are you looking for the River of Immortality when the Fountain of Youth exists?
긴 말하기도 싫어. 당신을 오빠라고 부르고 싶지도 않고. 누구야? 환 오빠? 아니, 환 오빠가 당신 같은 사람과 말을 섞는 건 상상이 안 되는데.
Don't forget the sweeper announcer. Fuck.
지금 무슨 소리를 하는 거지?
당신이 붙은 쪽을 묻는 거잖아. 묘를 부리는 사람이 누구냐고. 그쪽이 감히 할 수 있는 영역이
Whose
아니잖아.
teeth?
그치?
이 조망만한 게.
그것도 당신이 말하기엔.
I mean, he is taller.
이환님?
It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important.
저 비열한 관상에 배신자 같은 인간이 당황하는 것을 보아 그런 것 같긴 하군요.
Okay.
말이 안 통하는군. 이봐 자로, 그냥 다 도륙내버려.
본래 내려진 명령은 암살. 이대로 저들을 뚫어내며 후보들의 목을 떨구는 것까진 이야기된 내용이 아니다.
I think you're right. Zylu did voice the other Mao.
이씨, 무슨 말이 그렇게 많아? 하라면 하는 거지.
Yo, that's a good voice actor.
당신의 호신을 위한 전투는 이행할 여지가 있으나 그
My little
이상은
Zichun
불가하다.
can't be this cheeky.
흑수는 목줄을 가진 분의 명령을 따를 뿐.
Looks like that Shi Yihua doesn't even control these guys.
호가호이라는 동부말이 있어. 아무래도 호랑이를 배후에 둔 여우의 꼴이 아닐지.
거기도 잡소리를 끄란 말이야. 진짜 흑수놈들 일 하나도 똑바로 처리하지 못하고.
Takes offense.
이환님, 어차피 흑수들은 계획의 방비책일 뿐이었습니다. 어차피 진짜는...
그렇지. 어차피 청소는 다른 놈들이 할 테니까.
What the hell could he possibly mean by that?
청소의 언급이 잦군요.
뭐 청소부를 매수라도 했다는 말인가요?
반응은 매우 수상쩍지만 그럴 가능성은 한없이 0에 수렴합니다.
Almost.
그들의 명령 체계의 가장 위에는 머리가 있습니다. 바꿔 말하면 머리 위에 있는 누구도 명령할 수 없다는 것이죠.
그렇죠. 애초에 말도 안 되죠.
Wait, that's kind of scary. I mean, they had like all sorts of crazy ways to deal with people in the city, but does this also mean that they could just send the sweepers out whenever they want? Like as another way to get rid of people?
거기에 더해 그들은 뒷골목의 밤 동안 거주 공간으로 정해진 곳을 건드릴 수도 없습니다.
Hey, chapter 1, please.
이것은 머리가 최초부터 통제한 바꿀 수 없는 금기.
Is it weird that I really want to fight an arbiter?
메피스토 팰리스를 이동식 거주 공간으로 인정받기 위해 온갖 서류를 통과시키는 노력을 한 것도 전부 이 금기를 이용하기 위함이었으니까요.
그래, 그 말대로지. 괜히 쓸데없는 말로 사람 간을 졸이게 하다니 말이야. 치, 분위기가 상했군. 이만 철수한다. 어차피 얼굴만 비추려고 했던 것뿐이니까.
Oh yeah, you're right. They sent sweepers during the old H Corp. Yeah, to clean up the taboo. Yep, that's right.
이제 곧 쓸려나갈 놈들이니 어차피 기억도 못하겠지만.
이환님.
더 쓸데없는 말을 하기 전에 뜨는 것이 낫겠군.
Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into a trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's also a solution that usually works. Faust?
파우스트 쪽에서 먼저 제안하려 했습니다만 같은 생각을 하신 것 같군요.
Yup. So, Otis.
Yeah.
We have 12 sinners, Zichun and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Ji Yihua, our guide, and Xilu, the assassin. We have the numerical advantage, don't we?
적확한 전황 판단입니다.
뭐야, 무슨 말을 하는 거야? 뭘 자꾸 째깍거리면서.
Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yihua before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Yo, he's a smart guy. What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something?
네, 가문뿐이 아니라서 잘 떠오르지 않았네요. 사씨 가문의 이화 형님이셨군요.
Yeah, he just introduced himself. Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Oh, Honglu. Anyways, Honglu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you?
저희 가문은 아니시지만 아마 이화 형님도 괜찮다고 생각하실 거예요.
Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right?
와, 그러면 정말 이야기에서나 보던 멋진 장면일 것만 같은걸요?
Fight, win! Could have said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Was it The Art of War? Destroy them all.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는군. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
I like this. I hate dealing with unbreakable coins, so I'm just gonna let it hit me. Actually genius. Ooh, 2 paralyzed. Hey, Ricardo Cliff, he's got a really strong skill too. With that paralyzed, as long as he is fast.
나 참 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것.
어때?
감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도
Oh,
아닌데 말이야.
the speed. Alright, who's gotta take what clash? Just kidding. I'm not gonna clash. What am I? Someone not using middle IDs?
공격 범위 확인.
Has to be a Ruina chapter. Air coupon. Yeah, I mean, one day we're gonna venture into the outskirts and happen upon the library.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는
도움에서 뵐 수 있거든.
최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이었지.
Oh, trying to hit Ricardo Cliff? Well, hold on. 170 is kind of... He's only got 203 HP, man. Well, not like I can redirect it, so... Neutral?
차 부숴줄 테다.
I think he'll be alright.
이거 분강 맞지?
You know, the funny thing about using counters like this is that Xylu is not gaining any sanity. Except just then.
거창을 세워주지.
Alright, that kind of hurt. Oh wait, this is only the first part of the fight too. That might have been a mistake.
이런 그새 정신을 잃었나?
Oh, he's pissed off.
정부에 추가해두고 조만간.
Oh, he's gonna super die. Yo, is Envy actually not good? Yeah, that poor guy is dead as a doornail. Fortunately. Unless we can somehow get a stagger here, but we're gonna need like 400 damage for that.
가슴
23 rupture. You know, I'm starting to think just letting her hit us maybe is not the best strategy. No. I was hoping he's too luscious to die. What do you guys think we're gonna see Ricardo again? Like, surely when he got punched by a building, it didn't hurt him that much, right? Aw, shit. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this EDM? Something about it sounds familiar.
마침내 너희를 찾아다니느라 내 머리카락이 조금 더 버석해졌지.
The world of the bristly. Nah, Ricardo, you look fine.
2조 10이랑 시행.
He died.
영구의 처형을
He
피해
got
다니는
fucking
놈들은
exploded.
다리부터 찢어놓는 극형으로 진행한다. 허비한 시간만큼
No, not the groin.
최대한 고통을 새겨주도록 하지.
That's actually super fucked up.
이 새끼가 왜 여기 있어? 뭐 스토커야? 지금까지 따라다녔던
Oh,
거야?
he does say stalking. I knew it. That's so freaking funny. Ah, shit.
도둑놈을 쫓는 것을 언제부터 그렇게 말했지? 니놈 덕에 나는 아직도 푹신을 되찾지 못하고 있단 말이다.
You hear that, Heathcliff? This man isn't luscious.
저건 또 뭐야? 지상세력?
너희 대체 어디서 원한을 메고 다니는 거야?
Yeah, that's kind of what we do.
자로 저것들도 그냥 다 해치워버려!
정세에 대해 전혀 감이 없군.
뭐라고?
모르시겠는가, 저자는.
중지가 왜 여기까지 튀어나오는 거야?
Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again.
네, 적어도 아직은.
Imagine Faust is like, yeah, you should probably just push the button.
LCE에서 평가된 수감자들의 전력은 작년 대우수의 시점보다 증강되어 있었습니다. 아예 싸워보지도 않기에는 전투 승률이 유의미한 수준으로 상승했습니다.
얼마나?
1%.
믿어볼 만한 불확실성은 갖췄습니다.
지방 방송은 좀 끄도록 하지. 뭐 때문에 싸움박질을 하고 있는지는 몰라도 내가 이 동부까지 몸소온 것은 반드시 직접 저 녀석을 내 손으로 집행하기 위해서다. 동부에서 활동하는 녀석들에게 맡겨도 됐지만 굳이 동부의 큰형님께 부탁하면서까지 말이지. 그러니 거기 밤톨만한 것들은 저리 꺼져라. 중지의 명부집행이 우선이다.
밤톨? 시끄럽군. 머리카락만 정신사납게 염색해놓은 손가락의 졸개가 여긴 H사의 구역이라고. 본자는
What the fuck did you just say to him?
와, 이건 우아 소리밖에 안 나오네.
아두남에 잡아먹혔나?
And
정말
in the
앞뒤가
book he
보이질 않나 보구나.
goes. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought.
대단하군. 신기록이다. 나와 얼굴을 마주하고 15초 만에 장부의 이름을 적히는 건 네가 처음이다, 애송이.
Well, that's kind of impressive. Then, with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his book of vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count.
싸가지가 상당히 부족하군. 직접 아가리를 찢는 형벌로 다스려줘야겠어. 얘들아! 저 도둑 놈팽이들은 너희가 맡고 있어라!
Pipsqueak.
뭐라는 거야? 샤로!
Yo, get out of here, Zylu.
넌 또... 아니, 됐어. 막아봐라.
Ooh, who would win?
너도 포함해서 이 자리에 있는 것들 전부 직결 처형이다!
이 틈에 도망가면 될 것 같은데요?
I don't think we've got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed where Zylu and Shi Yihua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered.
다들 무기 들어요. 대호수에서의 서력도 갚을 겸 해서 싸워보죠. 저도 저 자식한테는 빚이 좀 있어서요.
True. She got punched out of her identity. You guys actually want me to reset to get Heathcliff back?
검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
You just realized, is Zylu written in the books? If that's the case, this job is not worth for her at all. I don't know if you do. Alright. It's fine. Well, I do kind of want to see if there's a interaction. So we'll do it. But I did just want to get to that second part so we can skip through it.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
See, the thing about him is that his slash resistance is fatal. So doing the counters on her is actually kind of stupid. Are they all fatal to slash?
방금 기술 봤어? 디테일 진짜
다른 놈을 끼어들어.
작은 형님
조금만 조용히.
No.
할 말 있으면
Just Ricardo and Dawn.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Oh, you're supposed to flip heads, Faust. Ooh, good clashing. I think that 2 offense level actually made a difference there.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힌다.
Oh, she's been put in the book.
우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것도 검지처럼 이해할
I
수
still
없는
can't
걸
turn on
요구하는
practical,
것도
to be
아닌데
honest. The skill is the most rupture inflict skill. Alright. Can someone explain to me how we have this much aggro on 3 of our IDs and none of them are getting targeted? Except by the clashable counter. What the hell? I think my version of Limbus is bugged. Bad luck? What does aggro even do? Oh, I was gonna say that's crazy for a skill 1 to win that. Maybe in another mirror world. Prey targets the slowest character. Oh, is that in her passive?
나 참, 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 발길질도 섞어야지. 이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는.
Oh, she is just doing that. The hell?
최선이군. 이런 푹신한 날엔 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Oh, probably because of Strider Mal. Makes sense. Is that where an ego? I'm gonna say yeah. Oh, that was struggling, by the way. Oh, that was her. Oh, that's why it keeps messing up Ricardo Cliff too. As he keeps on trying to do the unopposed attack with his skill 1, but it's hitting her clashable counter. He just got staggered on an Unbreakable.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 아니었던 것 같긴 한데. 아무튼 슬램!
What? Wait, I've never heard her voice line do that before. Was that because she flipped tails on the 3rd coin? That's funny.
그새 정신을 잃었나? 형제의 원한다. 정부에 추가해두고 조만간 갚아주지.
No, Mersault. I should save the hair coupon, shouldn't I? Cheap ego you never use? It's actually pretty decent at clashing. And that's about it. Oh wait, he lived.
저리 가자.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게
23 HP into Dream.
최상. 이런 푹신한 날은
So
안
luscious, so
풀리는
soft.
일이었지.
I don't want to save hair coupon from when we get to Ricardo.
재밌겠는데? 핫?
Or maybe when I can get a kill here.
조용히.
정신 차리게.
그래, 딱
장부의
반쯤
끈을
죽여버려.
맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
13조 이항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이
반항하지.
하품이다.
Oh shit.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리
Wait, if I just
끝내버리는 게
never
좋겠어.
use this skill, can we keep the music on the whole time? Oh, hold on.
공격 범위 확인.
Oh, it actually does.
슬슬 지루하니까
Hell yeah.
빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Permanent middle finger Tojo?
재밌겠는데?
How goes the revengeing?
되겠냐고요.
I'm so bristly, I can't take it. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later Ricardo landed before us with a boom.
동부의 흑수라는 놈들이 독하다고는 들었지만 유달리 튀는 놈이던데. 그런 놈이 갑자기 휙 사라져버리다니. 왜지? 됐나. 명부에 기록해두지.
Ooh, Zylu's in the book.
원래 목적대로 헤어 쿠폰 도둑놈들부터 선봐주마.
My hair coupons?
72조 사망 디행 사열.
We even rewrote his music, his theme.
죽을 때까지 참아줘야 할 거다.
장부를 읽고 있습니다.
Hell yeah. Werner? Ooh, he's fast. I mean, that's only 6 to 14 damage. That's a lot more. I'm seeing another issue with the middle IDs. They're kind of slow. I don't think I want to annihilate yet.
차 부숴줄 테다.
We gotta be
이거
patient.
금방 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
좋아. 이번에는 제대로다.
I feel like the EDM from Heath is way too muffled and low. Yeah, it is. That was a scary clash.
얼얼하지?
Yeah, it only turns itself up when you're actually using the skill, I guess. Which is funny. It is funny. but not the most pleasing thing to the ears, you know?
의식 불명. 좋아.
Ooh, take that
한줄
burner.
주워주지.
And there we go.
저건 또 뭐야? 못 보던 기술인데.
Uh-oh.
아직도 별의별 걸 다 보게 되는군.
Think you're funny? Katurga is 3+ Middle's Vendetta. Do you? 2? Alright, we're exterminating.
전환. 사냥이다.
How does it feel, Ricardo? How does it feel? This is what you did to me.
메인 이벤트 한번 요란하고. 전부 집합해서 저것부터 처리해.
Oh no, now he's doing it back to me. $13 to $29. Main target is 5+, Vendetta, final power +5. Alright, we're fine. Everything's fine, nobody panic. Assemble? Summon 2 allies? I forgot he even had that. $11 to $20. He's level 60 in this. I was about to say, his clashing seems pretty insane.
내가 봐주마.
저리 꺼져.
Oh, he just ate 2 counters? That was a close win.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지.
The superior Ricardo. Who is more luscious?
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
Help. Wait, what? Wait, what was that?
저건 또 뭐야? 못 보던 기술인데.
Wait, did he just block that?
아직도
He
별의별 걸 다
kicked
보게
him
되는군.
back. Oh, dude. That's freaking awesome.
작은 형님께서
I
부르셨나?
don't think he didn't have a voice line when he did that though, did he? Oh, now he pissed him off. He's trying to punch kick me. We're just gonna ignore them and go for the throat. We envy your resonance here for funny.
뇌파 충전.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
Kind of pay to win, but that's so cool. I love pay to win.
거창을 세워주지.
That's what Gacha's all about.
털만한 것들.
하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Is there any way for me to get another hair coupon? Oh, we're one stack away.
어때?
I kinda want to finish Ricardo off with it. Is that too greedy? Have to do it.
공격 범위 확인.
Oh wait, don't I need envy resonance for stacks? Oops.
저건 또 뭐야? 못 보던 기술인데.
I forgot.
아직도 별의별 걸 다 보게 되는데.
It'd be really funny if that made me lose this fight now. Kind of close to being staggered. I mean, I could... do I have the speed? I was gonna say, I could probably get there. Oops. What? We won that. I don't even think that actually offsets this. 3 absolute resonance. Sorry, I have to double check because I forgot.
푹신푹신해 보이지?
자, 이쪽입니다. 분노 게이지 X.
Alright, nice. Cheat the counter. Oh, staggered? He might leave. Oh, that's what I get for trying to style on him. No. Oh, my hair coupon.
잠깐.
The shout cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us.
뭐야? 아이 저 인간 도망갔다고 하지 않았어? 어? 갑자기 나타나서 웃고 자빠졌는데?
Yeah, why didn't he just leave?
하다 안 되니까 이젠 돌아버린 거냐?
이런, 너무 웃어버렸나? 어떻게 되려나 싶다가도 막상 결국 계획대로 돌아가는 꼴을 보니 웃지 않을 수가 없잖아. 너희도 들리잖아. 도시의 뒷골목에 파도가 몰아치는 소리가.
파도?
When the sound of battle came to a stop with Shi Hua's sudden shout, Well began to notice the low crawling sound of omen. that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning. It's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops. The lines between where it begins and ends blurred. Yes, like waves.
현재 시각 03시 21분. 이미 시작되었군.
It's sweeping time.
이 시간에 버스 밖에 있었던 건 처음 아닌가요?
잠시 외곽에 발을 들였을 때도 새벽 4시를 넘겼었으니 두 번째가 맞겠군요. 당시에는 외곽이라 신경 쓸 필요 없었습니다만.
이제야 쓰레기들이 쓸려나가겠어. 내가 이 순간을 얼마나 기다렸다고.
그래서 뭘 어쩌겠다는 거지? 청소부들이 금기라도 어기고 네 놈을 돕는다고?
아직도 핵심을 못 잡고 있군. 정신 나간 보란말이.
Funny that we get the Rian ID before Hui Shu. Well, I mean, that's gonna be the capstone ID for Ryoshu, which they usually save for last.
뭐야? 말만 번지르르하게 하고선 저거 말하려고 온 거야?
With them, Nurse Father Radia disables evade. I hope that they give her just like an insane evade herself. Indeed, Shi Hua gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief.
이해가 안 되는군. 마치 청소부들이
Yeah, the Valentina ID is going to be freaking awesome. I'm excited for that. Who do you guys think is going to get Lucio? Faust?
네. 청소부는 거주 공간으로 밀고 들어오지 않습니다. 하지만
What if where we're standing isn't actually a residential area?
그게 무슨 소리야? 분명 벽도 있고 각자 방에 침상도.
You're all in on Heath? Yeah, that's what I think too.
벽이 좀 물감같이 물컹물컹하긴 했지만.
Although, what if they did end up giving it to Gregor? And they wrote the Uptie's story as something like Valentina was like cut off Lucio's hand, or I guess Gregor's hand. Bro.
눕기도 하지만.
It wasn't just Radia who realized what was going on. The other sinners all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kezhan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept the night in was but a house in a painting. Realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they'd simply part around the bus, they were cutting straight into the remnants of our lodging.
Looks like it's sweeping time. Gotta sweep, sweep, sweep. Looks like
no. I tried to pause that. They're here. What if it was Mersault for no reason?
어떻게 된 건가요? 왜?
이자들.
이게 말이 되냐?
You poor Ricardo.
머리에 청소부 따위가 금기를 어겨.
He's getting so bristly.
이 물결을 직접 맞아보는군.
왜 기대가 된다는 듯이 말씀하시는 거예요? 아니 그보다
확실한 것부터 정하지. 확실한 건 이대로 가만히 있으면 우리가 청소될 거라는 점이다.
The interesting thing about these sweepers compared to like Runa is they're actually like beat up. Like they've had people actively fighting against them. So this might be a regular occurrence in H Corp.
싸우는 것 말곤 방법이 없다는 점도 확실.
Which makes sense considering how the restructuring works.
마침내 돌아왔구나.
Night in the back streets.
혼자서 그 절묘함을 구현해보려 해도 도무지 완벽해지질
sweepers.
않았지. 이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수.
청소를 시작할 시간입니다.
요즘과는 공문의 골목이 애수하다지만 이분들과 함께라면 헤쳐나갈 수 있을 겁니다.
우리 청소도 무사히 끝났으면 좋겠습니다.
Dude, they're crazy loud.
청소를 시작할 시간입니다.
요즘과는 공문의 골목이 애수.
Sure, we'll go over the voice lines later. I'm gonna do the beat boots.
칠면조 다 식겠네.
We'll go over the translated lines once we're done with the intervalo. Tell Ricardo back there doing work. I know what Envy Resonance does against these guys. Man, how would you even put a sweeper in the Book of Vengeance? Or would you even? Because at that point you're kind of messing with the head's territory. Oh hey, Z-Tune's here. Your Z-Tune was useless? Yeah, didn't she just lose a clash? Immediately staggered. Ah, yes, I see.
차 부숴줄 테다.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
거탄을 세워주지!
Oh, he can't get any kills.
얼마라지? 의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
You guys are being a little too persistent. It's a hair coupon moment.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Recultivation is Z-Tune be like.
출력 최대치.
Wonder when we'll see Z-Tune again.
거창을 세워주지.
Zero.
분노 게이지 백스. 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살.
Dude, our Ricardo clip is acting kind of bristly. Oh yeah, so okay, so we gotta do the sweeper lines. Because I'm hoping we get some more lore about them. And she lost. And then we also got to go to Canto 5 to beat up on Ricardo.
한줄 그치?
거창을 세워주지. 털만한 것들.
배가 아팠습니다.
Hey, there's the music. Let's wait till the next wave to use it. I kind of wish. Maybe anytime you do get extermination, you should just use it so that the music comes back. Alright, that was actually a crazy loss to Z-Tune. Words can't even describe.
되겠냐고요.
Alright, get the music back. Oh, is there... You can still hear the footsteps of the sweepers.
이거 분광 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
She took that guy out in one hit.
야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Alright, hair coupons. It's kind of doing it in the wrong order. Ooh, the super announcers might be kind of mad we're killing their neighbors and family. Oops.
털만한 것들.
반항하지 마.
이걸로 제가 받군.
You know what? Me too, sweepers. I agree with what they just said.
재밌겠는데?
It's all envy. Nice. 2 additional stacks. No, Z-Tune. She dead?
이거 분광 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
RP Z-Tune swept away. Visiting that the new IDs can now have some special stage changing effects, like Nurse Brother Honglu adding a sculpture and now Ricard changing the BGM. Yeah, it's such cool effects. I'm a very big fan of that. It adds a lot of personality and depth to the IDs.
장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
That's a good point, dude. These sweepers are speaking my language.
왜 하필 오늘 사물이 술렁증난 그 중에서도 우리 숙소만 이 작전을 투입되는 거야?
그 정도 각오로 우리 좀
이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Who die? Wait, did somebody die? I can't see, I can't see.
털만한 것들.
Still have another wave. Oh, Otis died. Or no, that's Sinclair. Sinclair exploded. Otis. R.I.P.
몰라요. 되겠냐고요.
Trash disposal. Oh, someone dying gives us... Was that blunt power up? Or no? Oh, that's envy. Isn't that supposed to give us something?
제3파 고도입니다.
Battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave.
형님, 죄송하게 되었습니다. 형님이 나서지 않게 저희끼리 해결했어야 하는데.
Notice how Werner doesn't have any cool stickers on his book?
아니야. 남부에서 갑자기 굴러 들어왔는데 이만치 복잡한 H사를 안내해 준 걸로 넌 할 거 다 했어. 청소부를 맞닥뜨릴 줄 알았겠냐, 너라고.
We're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, huh? I guess Honglu wasn't too off the mark.
이거 이때까지의 경험이 없었으면 진작 갔겠는데요.
Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition, it wasn't new. What do you guys think the sweepers of U-Corp would be like? That very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. You think they'd be like submarine shaped? Of course.
근데 이거 세 번째는 어떡할 거냐?
버티는 수밖에 없다.
Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive.
세 번째 파도까지 끝난 뒤에 반드시 집행해주겠다.
이런 상황에서도 협력이라는 단어 하나조차 말하지 않는군요.
그야 당연.
The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently.
잠깐. 이거 왜 이래?
Oh, is it because of the restructuring why the sweepers here are all beat up?
그 건물들이 움직이고 있어요.
What's happening?
제가 팜플렛 좀 읽으라고 말했죠.
Just read.
H사는 주기적으로 건물들이 움직여요. 이런 방식일 줄은 저도 몰랐지만요.
다행히 저희가 있는 건물에는 큰 변동이 없어 보입니다, 관리자님.
Soon as it is finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst, and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline.
이것도 명부에 적어둘 테다.
That's a new one. Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Werner, no! The henchmen of the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? And there he goes.
건물의 이동으로 인해 저희가 있는 지역의 파도가 확연히 작아진 것으로 파악되는군요. 단테, 이건 기회입니다.
뭐가 뭔진 모르겠지만 귀찮은 스토커 새끼들도 떼어냈고.
이 정도라면 버틸 수 있을지도 몰라요.
I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. I was gonna say, I'm gonna need my EDM music back.
노래 더 키워!
Wait, so what if, Othias, does this mean that she's not gonna get her own theme song to start playing once she gets, Levitain unwrapped? Or does she has a theme too? I wonder whose would play. Or maybe both of them play at the same time. No, Zichun, she's dead. Rip.
분노 게이지 X. 이거 분강 맞지?
This is an all envy turn.
한 줄 긋지.
거창을 새겨주지.
Oh, really? You gotta kill with that.
그가 봐주마.
Hopefully it's not waiting 99 turns for the Levitain mode.
이거 분강 맞지?
I mean, all the other like IDs that have come out this season have had pretty quick turnaround times on like their special abilities, you know, like typically between 2 to 3 turns. Okay, that's not extermination. Damn, 500? I think that was only on 2 enemies. Hey, you guys are supposed to be gone. bidding us farewell. Was that the last of them? Bug stomping Heathgardo. He hates
현재
bugs.
시각 04시 24분. 뒷골목의 밤은 10분여 남았습니다만 제3파도의 물결이 끝났으니 이제는 한숨 돌릴 수 있겠군요.
건물의 재배치도 끝난 것 같군요. 기존 상태로 안정화되었습니다.
Wonder how they'll handle the lair unboxing skills. I mean, in the boss fight, they did it by HP percentages. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be resonance based. Either that or losing teammates.
전부 막아낸 것 같습니다.
Which
관리자님.
I hope they don't do, because that's kind of a high bar to set.
끝났냐?
I mean, unless the payoff is really worth it. Or maybe they make the ID able to team kill. But you know, I really like that idea. The centers all collapse to the ground from exhaustion. There's a Kezhan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it having been there. Realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed.
와, 아, 꼼짝없이 녹아버리는 줄 알았다고. 아이고, 아유, 삭겠구만.
그 머리에 집착하는 변태놈이 처음에 없었으면 우리도 힘이 딸렸겠지. 아, 이걸 고마워해야 하나.
직접 받아내면 결국 이 정도일 뿐인가.
이들을 아시는가, 류주군?
말 들어보았지.
이들에게 나는 피의 냄새.
Tasty?
제법 옅었지만 아니야. 생각하지 않는 편이 좋겠네.
왜? 좀 더 파봐라. 스쳐 지나가려던 발상을 붙잡지 않으면 창의는 죽어버릴 텐데.
I think she said something like that in Twining Threads too.
생각하지 않겠다고 했어. 재촉하진 않았으면 좋겠군.
멋대로 해라. 재미없는 것.
Team kill Caramel. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would be really funny if they did that. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Rishu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we'd have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. Or what if they did something like Othias? She has like aggro, right? But anytime she is about to get staggered or killed, she ends up like sacrificing a teammate instead. And then that's what gradually unboxes the weapon, Lavatane. We can return in one piece. 지휘화.
순순하게 말하지. 놀랍군. 당연히 청소될 줄 알았는데 말이지.
지휘화 must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while we were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zailu were both approaching us in an intermediating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Oh, intimidating.
관리자님.
Read that wrong?
짧은 주기로 피로도가 높은 전투가 너무 잦았습니다. 불충한 이야기일지 모르나 가능하면 이 전투는 피하는 것이 좋습니다.
그게 될 것 같냐?
I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped to small, unrecognizable pieces. They're barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. I might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up.
뭐 본전은 이러한 상황까지 예측하고 있었지. 전부 청소되지 않으면 마무리를 하면 될 뿐이니까. 완벽한 무대지. 앞으로 남은 10분간 청소부는 물론이고 아무도 이곳을 찾지 않는다. 왜냐? 뒷골목의 밤이 끝나지 않았으니까. 귀찮게 굴던 중지놈도 없어졌군.
니놈 어디서부터 꾸민 거지?
This guy's kind of a genius, huh?
어디서부터? 당연히 처음부터다. 내 놈들의 이동 경로를 막은 그 공사판부터 말이지. 내 놈 회사의 그 어리숙한 무지렁뱅이 놈을 속여 성도 없는 경도를 붙인 것도, 삼도끼 사무소에 의뢰를 넣어 내 놈들에게 결투를 신청한 것도, 내 놈들의 위치를 실시간으로 다른 세력에게 전달한 것도 전부 내가 꾸몄지. 주거 허가도 받지 못한 이 쓰레기 숙소도 내가 직접 기술자들을 매수해 꾸몄지.
I see. You think Rian Singh's Furioso buildup is too brutal? I mean, the payoff is pretty big. So I think it's about right. Also, you can speed it up if you evade on the first turn that you have him out, and then just follow the prescripts from there. Because evading on turn 1 gets you to unlock 2.
내가 생각해도 너무 완벽한 계획이었어.
So remember they stole the body of Don Quixote? Papa Quixote?
어때? 대단하지? 너무 총명하지? 역시 다음 가주의 자리는 본자가.
어리석구나. 그 말만은 입에 담지 말았어야지.
Uh-oh. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Ah, King Tao. Blood dribbles from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. Guess he wasn't fast enough, huh? He walks toward us, in step with the drip of the blood.
설마 가치요? 역시 있었잖아. 붙어먹은 사람.
경도의 목을 어째서 당신이?
주인을 버리고 도망쳤으니 다시 목줄을 채우러 가져왔다.
죽은 뱀이 있어요.
두어라. 불어 우리가 쫓아낼 이유도 없지.
Yeah, what an introduction. Yeah, Chad Fuchsius. That's an awesome name for him.
그저 저들을 방해나 하라고 흑수를 부리게 해준 것을. 그래. 목줄을 받아 들어보니 다시 사씨에게 붙는 것이 득이 되겠다 생각이 들더냐.
What do you think we're gonna get for the Walpurgis? And Catriel, your wife, Otis? Oh, Catriel, Otis, and Kalo Gregor. Oh yeah, Kalo had a missing hand, didn't he?
설마 모든 것을 알고서
Yeah, his right hand's got a gauntlet.
모든 것은 무엇까지를 말하는 것이냐? 주군의 알매 비해 네 식견이 너무도 좁아 마땅히 파악하기 어렵구나. 뭐 네가 사씨 가문에게서 버려졌다며 주군께 힘을 빌려달라고 한 것이 거짓이라는 걸 말한다면야. 물론 알고 있다만.
I don't know, which of the fingers do you think we need more ideas of? I think thumb and index is... Man, they're about even. I guess I would hope for index, like getting the proxies. But it's probably way too early for something like that. Oh, like who would be Gloria?
살려줘. 아니, 살려주십시오.
Gloria Dawn? Ah, she's already got such a good index ID though.
나만 친히 알던 정보를 말해드리리다. 사씨 가문에서는 동부십감이 있는
We have two. I want a full team of index. Shi Yihua could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck from the umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease.
이화여, 말함이 있어 구차함이 없도록 힘쓰라. 그렇게 말했거늘.
Oops.
주군, 이만하면 기대한 만큼의 정보를 얻은 듯하네요.
뱀은 쫓지 않아도 된다, 자로.
His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared to be his officers. The tall, built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds or blades of grass.
이것들은 내가 가지고 가마.
He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod.
아, 여기 있어요. 간이 보존 붕대라면 당분간 그 머리통이 썩어 뭉그러지지는 않겠죠.
With those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention.
너희는 자리가 무마되면 돌아오도록.
명령.
잠깐만. 당신 이렇게 갑자기 나타나선.
He did not reply, his eyes gazing yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying two decapitated heads.
마침내 돌아왔구나.
Man, he has
나의 스페셜 헤어컷.
probably like the craziest intro out of any character in the game, huh?
도무지 완벽해지질 않았지. 이제야 발 뻗고 잘 수 있겠어.
Alliance.
얘들아, 철수다.
Also, talking about Walpurgis, how are your guys' lunacy funds even looking? I've got exactly 11k. Dot. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongyuan so far.
주군께서 이들을 쓰러뜨리라 남기시지는 않았을 터고.
Same. At least 100,000? What the hell? Did you rob a lunacy bank?
그래, 우선 예의에 걸맞게 이름을 밝히는 편이 낫겠구나. 자공이라 부르게나. 죽은 치유 스승께 가르침을 받는 제자에 불과한 몸일세.
My lord, Master Kiyu. Somehow I was reminded of the discussion King Tao refused to finish.
그리고 저건 뒷골목에선 몇 개월 전부터 돌고 있는 노래입니다. 여기서 말하긴 자리가 좋지 않군요. 기회가 되면 말씀드리리다.
Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through the pressure. Instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier.
관리자 단테라고 이름을 말하시는군요.
So you're lucky this was a limited event? I think I got pretty lucky during that too. 200 pulls for everything.
그래, 솔직하여 좋구나. 자로여, 묘는 잠시 몇 걸음 물러도 좋을 것 같아. 이들과 당장 겨룰 일은 없겠어.
그러지.
Seemed that they had the very same thought about us.
자, 이제 그대들과 대화할 의향은 충분히 보였을 거라 생각한다만 자리를 맺을 정도의 이야기는 들려주는 편이 후위를 도모하기에 좋을 테니 멋대로 질문해 보시게나.
당신들
That's when Zichun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence. Hey, why isn't she all bloody?
뒷골목에서
I
수상쩍은
watched her
노랫말이
die.
들린다 했더니 당신들 이야기였어? 그 노랫말 진짜야?
아, 그런 것을 묻는구나. 가시 가문의 시춘. 화술에는 능할지언정 근심과 걱정이 많은 자라 하였던가. 과연 큰일을 도모하기에는 그릇이 많이 작구나.
왜? 나서지 마. 반박할 수 있는 말이 있었다면 내가 있을 거야.
예.
사이화. 그놈은 당신 들이붙였지.
비슷하지만 조금 다르구나. 그는 사시 쪽에서 주군께 붙인 끈아풀이었지.
Oh, you know, I just had a thought. In Ruina, it wasn't the battle we were a part of, but the Index, when the proxies got sent, they were sent to L Corp, and they ended up killing a lot of the Thumb. So what if we got put in a fight against that? Then we got like one proxy and one Thumb ID for a Walpurgis. Yeah, like Esther and Kalo. That would be pretty sick.
포맹이 얕아 도리어 사시의 뜻을 들춰볼 기회가 있을 듯하여 흑수를 붙여줬지만 막상 힘을 쥐어보니 스스로가 사시를 대표할 후보가 될 수 있을 거라 여긴 게지.
이용했다는 거네.
그가 우리를 이용하려 했듯이 깊이가 조금 달랐을 뿐. 그렇지 않겠느냐?
이제 우리는 어떻게 되는 거지? 죽일 심사는 아닌 것 같은데.
아무것도. 그저 그대들 하려는 대로 하시게나.
경쟁자를 이렇게 놔주겠다고?
이상하구나. 여기 어디에도 경쟁자 같은 건 보이지 않는데.
Ow. Then, why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself. We're not even your rivals.
그럼에도 이화에게 림버스 컴퍼니에 대한 습격을 지시한 이유를 묻고 있군요.
두려워하나 배우려 하는구나. 하지만 어질지는 못하니. 주군께서는 늘 말하셨지. 곤경에서 깨닫는 것이 없다면 그 이상 논할 가치도 없을 것이라고.
Instead of giving me a straight answer, Zygong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past us.
이만하면 마무리를 맺어도 되겠어. 지금처럼 그대들은 이렇게 테두리 안에만 남아 있어주면 좋겠구나. 커다란 도화지에 그려둔 그림에 의도치 않은 먹이 튀는 건 자칫 불쾌한 일이니.
With that, Zygong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zailu and the countless Heishao that had surrounded us also disappeared with them.
난...
I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse, while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Zichun, who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei, who was tending to her wounds. And me, who, somehow, survived through all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks.
그렇게 됐었어. 오빠는 죽어 있어서 몰랐겠지만.
그 치우 형님이? 그랬구나.
Once the day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on. And we also had to decide if we wanted to travel with Zichun, with whom we shared our destination.
혹시 고민하는 표정을 짓는 법을 까먹은 건 아니지? 어떻게 이런 이야기를 듣는데도 표정이 같아?
그럴 리가.
우리 가문 사람들은 항상 다 이래. 오빠도 분명히 뭔가 속에 감추고 있을 테고. 나한테 꿍꿍이가 있으면 지금 말해. 적이 될 사람하고 휘적휘적 걸어다닐 시간은 없으니까.
시춘, 항상 말했던 것 같지만 나는 가주 자리에는...
알았어. 그 말이 거짓말이더라도 당장 과제를 위해서 준비해온 것도 없다는 걸 아니까. 그럼 대신에?
Zichun, who is chatting with Honglu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing steps of a plan.
당신, 오빠네 세력의 수장이지? 그때 얘기하려던 것 말인데.
I guess I do. For now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about our conversation back at the Kezhan?
아, 오빠? 와서 번역 좀 해줘.
아, 그럴 것도 없이 단테님은 당연히 우리의 관리자님이셔.
좋아, 그럼 제안할게. 가주 쟁탈전에서 나의 세가에 합류해. 너희가 나를 돕는 거야.
What? It's a... Can we do that?
Oh,
I remember what's coming.
안 될 이유라도 있어? 너희는 청소부도 버텨낸 세력인데다. 너희도 이대로 본가에 가는 게 목표라고는 했는데 거기서 뭘 할지는 아직 정해지지 않은 모양이고. 오빠는 본인이 가주가 될 생각도 없으니까. 그렇다면 그냥 나를 성공적으로 가주로 만들면 되잖아? 나는 다른 오빠 언니들 같은 성격은 아니라서 은혜와 원수는 반드시 갚는다고. 못 믿겠다면 서류라도.
Can we do that, Faust?
파우스트는 적어도 가시춘 씨의 이야기에 흠결은 없다고 판단합니다. 이대로 동맹인 자를 한 날개의 정점에 앉히는 것은 림버스 컴퍼니에게도 큰 힘이 될 테니까요.
Guess so. And I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Honglu, he's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation and relayed it to Zichun.
좋아.
I wonder if Faust knew what was going to happen here.
원래 이렇게 협력을 다짐하는 날엔 푸짐한 만찬과 함께 암달을 다짐한다고 했어. 내 은자를 풀게. 중앙에 가까워지면 객잔에서 식사와 의논을 해보자고. 단테랬지? 잘 부탁해.
Let's. Was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Zichun reached out for a handshake with such earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. Oh. After the banquet, walked out of the Kezhan to find the Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road.
이야, 아니, 매번 타고 다녀서 별 생각 없었는데 이렇게 서 있으니까 이질감이 장난이 아니구만.
너희 평소에 이런 걸 타고 다녀?
무사하셔서 다행이네요, 여러분.
Soden Pilot walked out from inside the bus.
그 일이라는 건 잘 끝낸 거야?
그게 먼저인가? 잘 들어. 니놈의 후임이 저지른 꼬라지가.
네, 파우스트 씨에게 이미 보고를 들었습니다. 파일럿?
네.
By the way he's awkwardly stepping forward, he probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sode.
죄송합니다, 여러분.
It's a good apology.
소탕 작전만 해보다가 이런 정보 작전은 처음 겪어서.
파일럿, 사과할 때 변명을 섞으면 어떻게 한다고 했죠?
Yeah, you gotta just own it.
아닙니다. 죄송합니다.
There you go.
경도라는 인물이 접근해 와서 생각도 못한 계획을 말해주길래 선배님들이 생각하지 못한 방법으로 해결할 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 자만했었습니다.
저도 죄송해요. 막내라면 충분히 실수할 수 있는 부분이라는 걸 간과했죠. 사이좋게 심할서를 쓰겠군요.
We're both getting disciplined for this?
결과적으로 LCB 팀이 무사했으니 큰 징계는 아닐 거예요. 다만 반년 정도는 사실상 무급으로 일하겠네요.
감봉으로
Ooh,
끝내면
half a year without
다행이죠.
pay? I think you just die. How do you survive like that in the city?
다음엔 반드시 성장해서 여러분들의 도움이 되는 사람이 되겠습니다.
네, 그래야죠, 파일럿. 그럴 수밖에 없게 만들어 드릴게요. 힘내보자고요.
Poor guy.
제 휘하에서는 결코 실수로 죽거나 잘리는 일이 없게끔 만들 거니까요.
Yeah.
아, 그러고 보니 이거 중요한 거라 소드도 알아둬야 할 것 같은데 앞으로 우리가 어떻게 하기로 했냐면
안 그래도 그 말씀을 전달드리려고 했어요. 방금 LCA에서 이후 작전 방향을 전달해줬거든요.
Yeah, I love this. Sid produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it.
ACB는 H사의 중앙에 도달하는 대로 가주 심사의 후보자로 참가하라.
안 그래도 그럴 참이었어. 이 버스 팀이라는 세력은 이제 나를
참가자는 다음의 수감자로 한다. 6번 수감자 홍루.
Like how they cut Zichun off. What? Finn. Ooh, maybe that can be the next Walpurgis. Finn as an ID?
뭐?
Give it to Sinclair?
이런 게 어디 있어? 야, 너희들! 당장 방금 먹었던 거 뱉어내! 야!
Or Zichun. And there you go. Super BokGak down. That's a pretty good one. I really enjoyed this. Intervalo. Oh, give me the tickets. And the crates. Just give me everything. Yeah, it's a really good one. A new download has been added. Oh no. Uh-oh. What did they do? Did something break? An issue in Reflect Trial. The boss unit has entered phase 2. The game fails to respond when battle is resumed with the subsequent team loadout. We're currently investigating the cause. Something. Temporary measure has been implemented. Okay. What? It doesn't even say anything. That it's so much stuff in Mirror Dungeon Extreme. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow. They didn't add achievements, did they? No. Is it just a bunch of theme packs? Oh, it is. Code Purple? Oh no, that's K-Corp. This just says a long battle. I can't even tell what that is. No, another Blood Fiend one? Why? Why do they keep doing this? Line 1 madness. That's Fey Lantern. Headless Fish. Blood-tinged fish odor. Gross. A Mid-Spring Night's Dream 2. Papa Quixote. Complete and Total Extermination. Gardo. Was this Chachihu? Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that tomorrow. Because I didn't notice that we're getting more extreme stuff. Oops. Alright, let's go beat up Ricardo. With Ricardo.
몸을 풀어두죠.
Oh, the Hang Star name. Oh, yeah. Man, these sweepers are so real for that.
그래, 내가 왔다. 거탄을 세워주지.
Ooh, that guy got smushed.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 아니었던 것 같긴 한데. 아무튼 슬램!
So we're looking to see if there's a unique either dialogue or interaction. Although I guess we know there's an interaction. I don't want to win this fight too quick. I think we just deal too much damage.
집속불 벌어벗음대 가충전.
거탄을 세워주지. 일어나. 아직 11번은 죽어야
But I guess
한다고.
that's to be expected. These guys are only level 40.
차 부숴줄 테다.
얼얼하지? 제발 조용히.
털만한 것들.
Wait, which of the new packs have you seen, Link?
장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
Are saying they're
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드.
they're crazy in terms of difficulty or what? We got Kumo. He is ready to go.
그래. 내가 왔다.
되겠냐고요.
거탄을 세워주지.
Dude, middle on middle violence? This is kinda messed up. Also, why didn't the... Why isn't the music changing? Can't overwrite Ricardo.
차 부숴줄 테다.
I wonder if there are certain songs that you can't overwrite.
좋아.
Like, what about Millie songs?
노래 더 키워.
You can't override Millie? Probably for the best.
나가봐라.
Was that something you already tested out?
이거 분강 맞지? 야, 필살.
Find one code purple extermination bearer of weight and mid-spring. What's the difficulty been like?
집속불 내 가충전.
I don't want to kill him too quick. Hopefully we don't do. I want to see him do an extermination.
얼얼하지?
Oh, he hit results. Not in the book. Alright.
집속불.
Oh, he can't do... He only does extermination when he's got something specific, right? Or is it HP gated? I don't remember.
나가봐라! 의식불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
장난이 길었군.
Yeah, I think we're a little too strong, huh?
저는 저양이다.
무리는 다시 몰려올 테니까.
When one has the 3, nothing their wannabes, so good luck with their counters. Oh, I love that.
돌아왔구나. 나의
Huh,
스페셜
weird.
헤어 쿠폰.
So we just want to do announcers. Interpreted. Code Purple, the K-Corp soldiers are freaking immortal. They never die. Yeah, their passive heals them by like max HP percentage. So you have to kill them in 1 turn, I'm guessing. That's fun. Fear of Weight is also kind of scary because of Doomsday, funnily enough, and slow because of Steam Machine.
청소를 시작할 시간입니다.
요즘과 공문의 골목이 수상하다지만 이웃분들과 함께라면 헤쳐나갈 수 있을 겁니다.
오늘 청소도 무사히 끝났으면 좋겠습니다.
Overcome this adversity, huh? Interesting. AI Slop announcer? I love AI Slop.
공문에서 이 성장의 비극이 더 분될 것이랍니다.
안타까운 일이지만 우리에겐 기회일 겁니다. 식사 장소가 늘어날 겁니다.
요즘 위분의 아이들을 뵙겠습니까?
걱정이 많습니다. 집까지 찾아야 하는 불청객들 때문에 매번 문단속을 시키는데도 자꾸만 깜빡합니다.
What?
아이들을 가르치는 것은 언제나 힘든 일이다.
Locking our den.
가족들의 식사를 누군가 방해하고 있습니다. 병목! 길이 막히고 있습니다. 여기서 지쳐있다간 청소가 미흡해질 겁니다. 이웃 여러분, 힘을 내셔야 합니다.
Ooh.
이웃분들이 다 함께 밥을 먹었습니다.
어머니의 기쁨, 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
For Tide of Joy.
퇴근 시간입니다. 기다리고 있는 아이들에게 돌아갈 시간입니다. 서둘러 돌아갑니다. 괜히 낮에 모습을 드러내는 것은 굴욕의 주민들에게도 민폐가 됩니다.
It's weird they're saying children.
오랜만입니다. 이런 편안한 식사 시간.
하기를 견뎌낼 만한 제도도 보이지 않습니다. 내일 밤은 명절이 이루 청소부들의 시간이 될 것 같군요.
Huh. I wonder if that means there's like a whole process for becoming a sweeper. Or maybe they... I don't know. Or maybe they just consider like the newest among them children?
저들은 지쳤습니다. 하지만 우리는 우리 가족의 연료를 다시 수거할 월쟁입니다.
다시
앞으로 갈 기회입니다.
Oh, this is so weird. This is like good lore. Omnisaya guide you. I like 40k.
우리는 이 골목에 허가되지 않은 모든 것을 청소해야 합니다. 가족의 죽음을 슬퍼하되 비가 되어서는 안 됩니다.
전진! 앞으로 향합니다!
You know, funnily enough, Dawn of War 1 was the first ever game that I bought. That was back when we had CDs and you had to have the code from the box typed in on the computer to even play it.
저희도 오늘은 세 번째입니까? 그렇습니다. 밤의 시간이 가족과 이웃들의 식사 시간이 끝나가고 있습니다.
Oh, that's interesting. Are we the third wave tonight? So they get rotated?
그렇습니다. 밤의
Interesting.
시간이 가족과 이웃 제조기를 시작됩니다. 이웃분들은 움직이는 공물에 주의하십시오.
Oh, and they even warn about restructuring day. Okay.
들립니다. 이웃의 소리. 이웃분들의 소리가 아닙니다. 앞을 주의하십시오. 혹시일지도 모릅니다. 충격에 대비하십시오.
들립니다. 이웃의 만복의 시간입니다. 방향을 헷갈리지 마십시오. 식사할 장소는 이곳입니다. 배변 연료를 채우고 가야 합니다.
Your neighbor. Was it? There's like something these remind me of. Isn't there a mother sweeper? Remember something like that in Ruina? Yeah, it was talked about in Ruina. I mean, it was only talked about so much as in that the mother exists, and that's as far as it went.
이웃분들이 마음에 주겠습니다. 영원히 밤을 쫓지는 않을 텐데 저들은 어째서 우리의 밤까지 침범하려는 겁니까? 어제도 오늘도 내일도 이곳의 밤은 우리의 밤이었어야 합니다. 나중에도 공룡마다 여러 세력들이 왕이 됩니다. 빈민 가족이 세우기 전에 어머니께 말씀드려야 합니다.
Mother must be informed of this before families begin to starve? Wait, would it be possible to like completely eliminate sweepers in like an area? Or do you think the head would step in?
이분들이 연료를 가득 채우셨군요. 안심됩니다. 공룡은 끝까지 떨어졌네요.
괜찮습니다. 가야 할 곳은 발도 같습니다. 방향도 같습니다. 이상. 길을 막고 있는 사람이 뭔가 이상합니다.
하지만 멈출 수 없습니다. 조심히 다가갑시다.
길을 막고 있는 자들은 지쳤습니다. 곧 쓸어버릴 수 있습니다. 쓰레기 확인, 수거, 처리.
Trash confirmed.
상처를 치료해주셨군요. 배품에 감사합니다. 이렇게 서로 돕고 도와야 가족들도 이웃들도 아이들도 행복합니다.
Yeah, I think there's got to be something really fucked up going on. The way they're referring to.
이웃들은 조심하십시오. 자칫 잘못하면 날아갑니다.
That's awesome. The way they're like referring to children. I like this one.
이웃들은 조심하십시오. 자칫 잘못하면 날아갑니다.
It sounds like a computer dying. Oh no, have you guys ever seen the video? This is what it actually reminds me of. The video of someone upping the voltage on like an Elmo toy. Let me see it. Let me find this. Yeah, toys under high voltage. Hasbro play stock. Tickle Me Elmo. Dude, he fucking dies. Oh shit, hold on. Alright, I love that video. That shit's so funny. I'll link that in case anybody wants to watch that. What was that sound? Is that video just linked? Dude, it's actually like spot on. Scream? That's Elmo. You don't recognize Elmo? Alright, I gotta do this like back to back. It's Elmo on the chair. Dude, it's like, that's like spot on. That's so freaking funny. You know, another weird thing about the sweepers being humanized like this through the announcer, do you think this means that they can distort and gain ego as well? Pretty scary.
벌써부터 빌들면 안 됩니다. 아직 골목에 평소에야 쓰레기가 잔뜩 있습니다. 갈고리가 쉽게 들어간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 주거 등록이 방금 만료됐습니다. 만료! 그렇다면 평소에야 쓰레기입니다.
Ooh, that's fucked up. Your residential period just expiring? Wait, so is there anything unique about these ones? What the fuck? You sound like haunting. Since they're allowed in the city, they should be something human. I think they have the possibility to distort an ego. True. Oh, this is the one where they get long. Imagine if the untranslated version had an extremely low chance to play a voice line that just said, "No one will believe you," that doesn't appear in the log. That'd be awesome. This is your schizo moment. Exclamation point. You're losing your mind. It's approved by the head, it should be kosher. Well, I imagine the sweepers, if they're probably subjected to the same rules as everybody else. That's why they even had lines about not breaking residential area. Probably mean the head would pop out and punish them for breaking a taboo. Yeah, that's really interesting about sweepers. Wonder if we'll ever actually get a good look into a den. I love how Project Moon has all these like future things that we could run into, you know? Like I think about the X-Corp medal and like how they have to go into the mines fighting like eldritch monsters. Just to get the best medal. Also, their knights look really badass. But there's like so many different things like that that Project Moon set up for the future. So yeah, let's see. Do we know what next week is gonna be? Are they? I don't imagine they're gonna throw anything else at us. I think we've got Railway 2 coming up. I think that's supposed to be the next thing. But you know, personally, that's my favorite railway. I don't think there's anything quite like it, and honestly I hope there never is, right? How could you even attempt to recreate such perfection, you know? So I'm really excited for that. I think they're supposed to be doing like a new railway at some point. I don't know when that's gonna be. We still got, what, 3 more Nurse Father IDs, right? Yeah, Radia, Otis, Ryoshu, or whatever Ryoshu's capstone is. I think it's enough of reruns. You know, they're, like I talked about earlier, they're getting pretty close to being finished with reruns. So I think it'd be really funny if they started doing BokGaks of Kantos. Give revenge. The rerun is only after the Mersault Kanto. Oh, sweet. And that's supposed to be scheduled for like August. And we got 2 other intervalos before that, even. Rerun is only after the second intervalo, actually? Oh, nice. Okay. So they're giving themselves some space. You know, I'm still so perplexed at how just in a 10 pool we managed to get a new ID. But you guys, I didn't really talk about what do you guys think of him in terms of power. I'm gonna be honest, he seems like okay, like not broken or anything too crazy. Like, I had a lot of trouble trying to get his extermination in 2 turns. It seems like you can pretty much only get it in 3. Unless you're able to get a kill with hair coupons, but you know, hair coupons didn't really seem to be doing a whole lot of damage by itself. You've seen a lot of people get him in 10 pulls? What the hell? Is something wrong with the algorithm, or? I think he's really good. Can't outshine Othais. Nah, I mean, Othais has a relic, so that's probably fair. Yeah, 3 turns for the first time, 2 turns after that. So can you... I think that's something I ran into. Like, can you only gain a maximum of 7 vengeance tattoo per turn? I don't remember where I read that. Because I remember there being a moment where I used the defensive skill, it activated the skill 3 and it killed somebody, but I don't think I actually got the 2 vengeance tattoos from it. So I think you're either that's because of the defensive, the way this counter works, or you're just relegated to only 7 per turn. Okay, here. Combat star, gain 1 vengeance tattoo for every envy resonance, max 7. Okay, so it doesn't seem like you can only gain 7 in a turn. This is just 7 for his passive. So I think it must be that you have to like specifically use this skill 3 and get a kill with it to gain the 2 vengeance tattoo. And then you could get it every 2 turns. Yeah, I'm gonna have to test that. Gotta wait for the next nurse father. Do you think it's gonna be Valentina? Or I guess the thumb nurse father or the middle nurse father? I kinda... Man, I don't even know. I almost want to say Valentina because I really want to know who Lucio's going to. And also, those uptie stories are going to be insane. I mean, even Othais is going to be pretty crazy. Radia Cena. Triple Radia banner back to back to back. Yeah, she's greedy. Kind of fits for being from J Corp. And for all the... I mean, she's just gluttonous in general. If she gets the ring, then the... Was it sunset something? Into the sunset. Oh, these guys are cute. I wonder if these guys were from the was it the Black Forest before it got all fucky, before the birds and their totalitarianism. You just looking? Radia with short hair. Imagine this, a banner with Middle Otis and Thumb Radia. The Thumb Apprentice will be the last banner for the season. Abused to the very end, huh? No, I imagine they're gonna save Ryoshu's capstone for the last one. Because they've been doing that, what, since Kanto 5? Ricardo Cliff. Man, how are they gonna fit all these IDs in here? You're gonna have to split some of these. Maybe Matthias, Valentina, Lucio. Oh, they got room. Got 11k. How many tickets? Well, not bad. I guess 34. Maybe I'll be okay for the next Walpurgis. Yeah, I think that's all I got for this stream. Pretty fun BokGak. And I think I am of the opinion that Ricardo Cliff is... He's balanced. I guess we'll see how he does in the Extreme Mirror Dungeon. I'm gonna shoot for tomorrow, doing that stream. But I do have stuff I have to do. So yeah, I'll call it here. I'll get to work on a thumbnail and whatnot, and then try to get that done tomorrow. Because these new theme packs actually look very scary. There's nothing added to hard mode, was there? No. All in extreme. Yeah, it's gonna be painful. It's gonna be a painful stream. Ah, shoot. You managed to get to 8K gold boxes? Holy. I'm at 700. I have not been grinding at all. Middle's really good for extreme as they gain a lot of shield and damage reduction. Do they really gain enough to survive all the like increased damage you take by the time you get to extreme? I'm a little worried about that. But I mean, I guess we'll find out. More than 50% damage reduction and around 100 plus shield. I mean, I guess I'll find out. Yeah, we'll call it a stream here. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see ya in the next one. Peace.